Okay, I hope I'm coming through this thing all right. Greetings, folks. Coin here. I'm sure I'm right there in the middle of the camera. Let's start over. Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and you can call me any of those three things. Welcome back to another episode of Legend of Zelda: The Sealed Palace. Last time, let's go ahead and get this started. Last time we had a rough technical start, and then, after that, I came to the realization that, I needed to speed up the timetable on, making the whole NDI teleport plugin thing a reality. And so now, here we are. Here is the whole, teleport plugin thing as a reality, and I'm not used to the inverted stick. There is a little bit of lag between... Just a little bit. Little bit of lag between the game and myself. The input is going to be on your end, not mine. So, what I might do... Mostly what this comes down to is like bandwidth. I only have but so much bandwidth to go around. I'll probably need to play with the bandwidth plugin. It visually looked fine. It's just kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the video delay. I don't know if that helps. Maybe this? Nope. That is not at all what I want to be doing. Going to have to deal with it and figure out like input or like visual delay and everything, but I hope this will be a better visual experience for you guys. And that there's less... Let me just tilt this camera down. There's a better visual and audio experience. I'll have to get this set up each time for the games that I'm playing, but I'll have 2 weeks to look into this and think about where exactly I want to be going. I feel like there's some stick, even with the controls I have present. I've spent entirely too much time not playing the game, so let's get started. How is everyone doing today? Hopefully everybody is doing all right. We have our sword. We have our starting gear. In terms of where we were in the game itself, we pretty much escaped Hyrule Castle after Ganondorf's soldiers took it over. We went out, saw the ruined market town. It's been replaced with a ruined desert now. And, we made it to the town. I showed you guys around the new castle town. All of the places in that town. We saw the exits. We went over to what is essentially the fusion of Kakariko Village and, Lon Lon Ranch. We got that second bottle. We bought as many magic beans as possible. or yeah, as humanly possible. We then set out, managed to defeat Goma in the Forest Grotto, received our first spiritual stone, and then made it up the mountain, and we stopped here. Our progress is barred by our lack of ability to blow things up. So, let's start from the bottom to the top. Now, we have our bracelet, and so that means I could definitely tell that the network is like struggling with some of this. Hang on. I'm gonna test something. Right, if we disable this, yeah, we need that enabled. It's the stream thing that I need to be disabled. Okay. All right, let's see if that lightens the bandwidth a little bit. Shall we? It probably won't. There's still a little bit of, like, thick lag I'm, like, fighting through in terms of the audio and video. Like, I'm having to basically hear, in order for me to make sure I'm hearing the same things you guys are hearing, I am having to monitor the audio coming out of that particular, audio source. And so there might be a little bit of delay just from that. If I wasn't having to monitor the audio, or, you know, I'll miss the alerts. That was one of the reasons I have this lovely headset that I have hooked up here. That was so I could hear everything through it. If I put that on, I'm going to show you how ludicrous this setup really is. Then it's fine for me. It's not fine for you. And so I'm gonna have to look at possible methods. This isn't perfect. I really am sorry about the whole NDI teleport fiasco. I really am, but this was as best as I was able to reasonably complete, given all the other things I had going on this week. Come on, let me grab this bomb, thank you. Nice. Yeah, so one of the things, moving away from technical talk, one of the things that's different with Dodongo's Cavern is the increased presence of levers. Nice. Blew it up and got the token. Am I good or am I... Good. Nah, I'm joking. I'm mediocre at best at this game. I'm being deadpan serious with you. I've put on the noise gates, noise suppression, the compression, and like other mic filters, so you guys will have to let me know if I sound, how much different I sound compared to before. Hopefully there should be less buzzing in general. It sounded fine to me. I played back several of my recordings. Not something I usually do, by the way. I usually like to have other people tell it to me, because I'm not tell me what they're hearing, because I am not the best judge of audio cues for most things. I'm gonna blow you up. Now, a lot of people that I've watched play this never bother to come back here, or if they do, it's not until way later. I want you guys to make note of that hole up there. Notice how it's kind of long and rectangular? Yeah, there's a reason for that. Trying to make sure I remember where everything is. Over there, nearest to that blocked passage, or the blocked ladder, we're going to have a Deku Scrub. That Deku Scrub sells a shield. Yeah, the scrubs are vanilla, by the way. So you only have the one or two that enable either a heart piece or a heart piece or increased Deku Nut capacity. It's stuff like that. Like I said in my first episode, this really is a level ROM mod. That it is a level project. That is mostly what it's there. Music, levels, dialogue. Mechanics are vanilla. Enemies are vanilla. And that's fine. That one is fake. They're both fake. Alright. Well, Sir Armoses, that's fine. You didn't need to fight them, by the way. Really, if I'm gonna be hunched down, I really gotta point my mic down, don't I? Or camera down, don't I? Kinda hard to tell. I'm a little bit too shifted off to the left. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. And if I need to straighten my posture, then I have to adjust the webcam. We're good. So Dodongo's Cavern is... You know how there was like a hub room? There's still a hub room. The difference in like hub rooms is that before, where Dodongo's Cavern was kind of this giant square with a bunch of branching pathways out of it, here it feels more like a real cavern. That's not to say Dodongo's Cavern wasn't a cavern in vanilla Ocarina of Time or anything, but I'm pretty happy to have like just a different form entirely. Maybe this is what happens after enough of the magma processes or lava processes have cooled down. What you're left with is erosion and sand. It's probably not too realistic, so don't quote me on that, but the thought is there. This room, not too complicated. I mean, it's complicated at first. It seems daunting because of the sheer size of this room, just the verticality of it. But I promise you, if you calmly just walk through the obstacles and take your time with it, this room is not that bad. Now, I'm going to show you what people normally do, and then we're going to go jump down this hole. This jump is makeable. You don't have to roll, by the way. You just have to get a good running start. This jump does not look makeable, but it is. You just have to trust your gut. The Forest Grotto should have already shown you that you will have to make some precise jumps. So try to trust the intuition that is given, that you're building from like the first dungeon. We're gonna drop down. You remember that long rectangular hole? Yeah, this is the bottom section of that. And if you look, we're back out here, and if we take a right, we would have ended up going back through that room we were just in. So, I have a reason for coming through here. The reason is why I'm making a save right now. That's right. There are Dodongos, or I'm sorry, Dinophos. Dinophos. Yeah, hard name to say. Yeah, and you know what this is all for? This is all for a Skulltula. And it's a trap room. It's your way out. So, that's it. That's all that room was for. You can rest assured of that. Now we're gonna walk through here. Repeat that whole process with having to climb through the vines again, and then we can proceed with the rest of the dungeon. I promise you, that's kind of a rough start if you want to get everything, but you're gonna want to do it. Anything down there is a drop? Yes. I'm pretty patient, so I don't have a problem with just dropping down and getting collectibles like that. It's too important not to. No, we use like 8 or 9 nuts in that fight with the Dynalphos. Dynalphos, there we go. Dynalphos. I pride myself on my English and my pronunciation, but it is not... It isn't my best skill, and I do flub it up. I make mistakes with it. Speaking of which, does anyone... I'm just curious. I'm not trying to offend, and I apologize if I do. Is anyone that is currently watching, do you have like not a second language, but is English your second language? I'm just curious. You don't have to roll. I feel better if I roll. It's more about speed than it is about jump height. You don't get any jump height out of that. I'll show you. I'll demonstrate. Again, rolling before the jump is effectively the same as not rolling before the jump. All you're getting is speed. It helps you make the jump faster, but doesn't make the jump itself faster or taller than before. It's more about momentum. You can make all these jumps without rolling a single time. Because if you have to open up the game's files, you'll soon realize this is not Majora's Mask. You do not roll, you do not move faster. It's something you instinctually can do, and you get nothing for it. It feels like it, but you don't, because the difference is imperceptible. If there was a difference between the two, the difference would be imperceptible. I'm gonna stun you. If you don't know about Armo statues, this is gonna be your first time dealing with it. Many people think you need a boomerang for this. If you haven't played Nimpies before, Nimpies Adventure, or you haven't played any sort of even Master Quest doesn't teach you about this, like vanilla Master Quest. You can jump on the backs of Armo statues. It's just something, if you tried it, you would know. If you try it, you know. If you don't try it, then you think you need a boomerang, and, you come back later after you grab it. But that's how you get that Skulltula. You don't need a boomerang for that. Hello. That's 4. Those are all the shabombs in this room, because you don't hear any more bubbles. I think we have a Dodongo, and we have a Bimo statue. Now, this is a small Bimo statue. Small Bimo statues only go down in a single hit, a single explosion. Big Bimo statues need 2 explosions. 1 to stun, 1 to kill. Really? Alright then. I'll eventually get an angle where I can do a jump attack. Eventually. Again, this is another trap room. Your reward for completing the trap room, other than getting your way out of there, is a Skulltula. That's going to be a running theme in this ROM mod. In TSP, is going to be, you know, trap rooms where you get like a Skulltula out of them. It's a decent reward. I mean, the rewards are vanilla, but I mean, having an adult wallet is just good. Most people have maybe around 13, 14 Skulltulas by this point. It really kind of depends, but that's where I've spotted the net average to be, is around 13, 14, and they haven't turned in that reward yet. Nice rupees, by the way. Let's head out. Again, don't be tricked. You can roll, and it feels better for me to roll, but you do not have to. The important thing is that you get a running start. That's what lets you jump at full jump height. Now, we're gonna come over here, knock him out. Our way's kind of blocked, right? Because the logical progression is to come over here, make this jump, and go like, huh? What do I get out of this? You jump down there. I think there's a Skulltula up there, although at this render distance, we would have heard it by now. Culling distance? I think culling distance is how you would, say that. What you gotta really do is come down here, make this jump. If you need sticks or nuts, this is the place to get that. Right here next to the scrub. I don't think you can hit me. Oh my god. I was trying to demo something, and I immediately had to, I immediately got bopped. I think this might have been adjusted to be a little tight, and we're not gonna find out. I'm curious. I've seen a lot of people who've played like 1.0 versions of the ROM mod, and they kind of go nowhere with it. I think that bomb timer's been tightened. That's just barely not reachable. But we're gonna find out together. And if not, then, you know, I'll just, to my great shame, I will go back and just not get bopped. Yeah, that bomb timer is just a second too tight. So, what do we have to do? Well, nothing except not get got by the, not get got by the business scrub. That was stupid. We'll take our walk of shame then. How's everyone enjoying the gameplay so far? Hopefully everybody is enjoying it. Now, we would have been well on our way to finishing this dungeon by this point, or at least getting the major dungeon item, which is bombs. There's no reason that I can't spoil that. Again, dungeon rewards are mostly vanilla. There are few places where it is different, and in those, I'm not gonna spoil. But the rest of the time, like, you know, we got Dodongo's Cavern. You should expect bombs. If it was something different than bombs, then hooray, the surprise. You actually have some amount of surprise. Great, cool, fine. But, here, it's vanilla. Oh, and, I suppose I should, we're 30 minutes in and I haven't done this yet. The Sealed Palace, just for those who don't know, is a ROM mod. Also, just now occurred to me, you don't even have to make that jump, I think. we're already set back anyway, so I'm gonna try it like this. Yeah, you don't even have to make that jump. I mean, granted, this is a way for you to hop down, but if you don't feel comfortable with that jump, you don't have to make it. You just you point yourself to the left, and there you go. Monkey be your uncle. But the TSP is a ROM mod that was made by, it's a collab with Kernel of Corn, Shupi, and Junosuke. Those are the mod authors. I think the primary lead might have been Junosuke, but as far as I'm concerned, all three of them are mod authors and deserve the same amount of respect. They worked... Let me get that cursor out of there. They worked on it. They all collaborated with each other. They deserve the same amount of respect and the same amount of accolades, as far as I'm concerned. Even if one would tell you even if they would tell you otherwise themselves. Now, with this is the game's way of teaching you an obscure mechanic. You remember how you would try to, like, as a kid, maybe knock out the Skulltula by attempting to shoot it, only for them to do this? Yeah, there's a reason that they're set up like this. Because they don't jump down until after you're past this point. You have to shoot them. And, you know, obviously not fail the jump. That would be immensely helpful. Like, supremely helpful, even. Taking just a moment to square myself. And then we're going to take the guy out. And hopefully he doesn't drop slingshot seeds, but I'm more than happy to go get them if he does. Nothing. Very well. Same deal with this guy right here. I'm curious. You don't even have to make the... Oh my... Even I learned stuff. You don't have to make the complicated jump. See, when on our way to the door, you're thinking, oh, well, how do I reach that compass? Well, or reach that treasure? Well, probably through these kinds of jumps, right? No, you don't even need to. Look at this sand dune. If you're willing to brave the levers for, like, a second, you can get the compass. It's that easy. Alright, now, let's repeat our jumps. Now we can actually see where we're jumping. And we're gonna knock this guy out. Take him out. And we move about our business. Right through here is the setup room. We've got the map, we've got the compass. If we find a big chest again, it's gonna be bombs, right? Now, it looks like there's two paths to go. There really isn't. Take this one. Take this one. There's a keys that flew in here. Betcha it's gonna become a flaming keys. And sure enough, I was right. There are two such keys. I have to get rid of them. If you come in here with a wooden shield, this is gonna be that room that you're most likely gonna lose it in. Now, we're going to take our stick, come back up here where we just were. And, you know, it's salvageable. It's supposed to be salvageable. But if you muck it up like me, you're gonna have to do this jump again. Oh, and by the way, you void out. You void out in the pits in here. So, if you fail to make a jump, you're making it again. same deal. The mod authors love their jumps. Now, I know there was a flaming key somewhere right here. Just use your metal shield that I hope you've purchased from the bazaar, or else got from the guard tower like we did for free. After a difficult climb up a 2D image, a piece of rope. And that's right, this room contained the bomb bag. It's a dead end. I hope you could have realized that there's at least going to be a chest here. It was on the map. If you got the compass, you'll have seen this first. Most people that I've watched that don't get the compass, and they usually take the long way to get it, are surprised to find the bombs, or they find the bombs first. And they're like, I guess this one doesn't have a compass. I actually have literally heard those words leave a few entertainers' mouths. And I'm usually surprised. And you can void out to get out faster. It's not a big deal. There's even grass. As though you were expected to void out if you wanted to leave fast. Now, we are going to make a jump. Do we need to make it? No. We're free to just blow up some boulders and make a bunch of shortcuts. Instead, what we're going to do is come over here, and we're going to blow this up. If you ever are carrying something you want to drop, you can press your shield button and it'll drop automatically. The thing you might want to be wary about is crates. Sometimes small crates break when you drop them, or sometimes pots. Usually it's pots that, if a game is clever and expects you to, like, use pots in a clever way, you don't want to shield drop them. They'll break. But small crates and stuff, yeah, you can totally lift those and shield drop them. No problem. Now, that door, to our right, if you remember the room with the levers where you had to carry a bomb flower, back to a trio of boulders and blow it up, and you remember how I got the, Skulltula and the single boulder? It's like the first Skulltula we grabbed in here. Yeah, that's that room. I don't want to waste our time. I've already wasted it enough. So I'm going to just come back out here like this. There is a boulder. Nice. I tried to be super sneaky about that, but that appeared to have not worked. What I was trying to do is blow up this boulder. Really? The Dodongo explosion? My god. 1.3 certainly does change quite a few things. Yeah, you can totally blow it up with the exploding Dodongo. We were taught about this in the flooded cavern as well, the flooded mine. So I should have paid it better attention, but I've tried that before and it doesn't work. You might have knocked me off, but I am getting a shortcut today. Okay. And of course, I suppose the last shortcut we really have to make. And it's not even a shortcut. That way was blocked by boulders before. I want to just point that out. We gotta traipse through the big room with the rectangle pit in it again. Yeah. Every laser, every shot, a tax, a toll on our spirits so that we may pass. Gonna have to shoot these, so might as well do it now. If I move forward, I can get the other one. Any hearts? Of course not. Of course. So, how's the weather where you guys are currently? It's sunny. It's hot. Georgia and South Carolina heat can be quite brutal. It's in the U.S., by the way. In case you were thinking like the other country, like the country of Georgia rather than the state of Georgia. Okay, now that I know that is there, we don't need to make that testy jump. We can just jump to the left. And now, when we make our move, we can actually blow up, we can actually take the natural route of progression that we were blocked from earlier. And then, bombs are probably the first time. So what we're gonna do is, I realize it's gonna sound crazy, but once we beat this dungeon, we need to do things in a semi-specific way to not have Navi yell at us. Really? Alright, well, if you bats are gonna consign yourselves to death, then I am going to take the spoils of war. This room, nothing special, just run. Just run. There's no Sculptula here. There's no torturous item you have to collect, just run. And that bendy passage on the second floor, that's where we just came from, is in there. Now, we have a switch. We're just gonna open the jaw. It's gonna open the iron bars underneath the Dodongo's snout there. And that's it. That's it for this first section of the Dodongo's Cavern. Great, isn't it? Second section is a little more straightforward than this. There are less branching pathways. The room is bigger. If you'll notice, if you'll remember or recall, Dodongo's Cavern did have 2 hubs, but the second hub was not a branch hub. It was a convergence hub. You went different paths, and they all ended up back there, including the one that you came to reach that hub. The same is true here, but it's less like a square with connecting holes and more cavernous. I suppose that's the thing I'll really say about this version of Dodongo's Cavern. It's a real cavern. There's no geometric designs. There's nothing to de-immersify you from having experienced a real cave. At least in terms of, like, dungeon layout. Now, this here, I think, is really cool. Not this fight. Careful. I think they have exactly 6 health? No. They have... that's 5. Yeah, they have 6 health. If I'm not mistaken. It would be nice to actually see enemy health, because it is based on points, much like your own health is. But that stuff is hidden from you. Like the numerical value. Obviously, you have the heart containers, which are the visual representation the user gets, but it would be nice to have numbers instead at various points. Now, there's a Sculptula over there, a gold one. Sand makes me think quicksand, sinking sand, falling sand, right? This is just a moving texture. You could totally jump on this. Let's grab our Sculptula first, and then we're gonna check for secrets. The trope of there's almost always a secret behind the waterfall. Let me tell you. Have you ever heard of secrets behind a sandfall? We can use the fact that the sandfall doesn't actually touch the wall. And we could kind of like see along the actual rock wall the sandfall is attached to, and we get a purple rupee for effort. I also think that, yeah, that is the last Skulltula as well, so we can just focus on getting out of here. Fighting easy lizard number 1. And then going about our business. Dodongo, I feel like Dodongo is like a King Dodongo, good lord. What a speaking error. I'm in a little bit of a kerfuffle. Yeah, this is a way back if you needed it. Remember that trick with the Skulltula? With the giant Skulltula, we're gonna have to do that trick again. You don't have to quite do the trick, but if you want to like get a straight jump, then you have to do it. If you're willing to like take a chance, or you know you're platforming, you're fine. Sorry, now if I'm gonna sit back like this, then I'm going to move the camera back up just a little bit. I'm a loud person, so I can kind of sit further away from my mic than normal. All right. Sir Keese is just gonna flap away in a different direction. I am perfectly fine with that. Really? Why is there a sand noise here? There should be lava in the room, not sand. Oh, this room got changed? This room got changed. Wow, I'm learning new things all the time. I definitely should have played 1.3. This is, like, super cool. I'm willing to bet there's levers in the sand, too. There sure are. I'm gonna let this guy breathe so we can, like, see his attacks. This is actually really cool. I bet you defeat the Dodongo King the same way, though. Sticks, because they do more damage than a bladed weapon. Gotta be careful, because we will, like, stick to the sand. And that's it. Just like that. It's over. But hey, while he's rolling around like that, we will at least see this room. And now there are levers to harass us, I assume. No, the levers are gone. Never mind. I'm taking just a moment to kind of absorb this. I was not expecting a room change. And the fact that this is in 1.3 is just really freaking awesome. I've played through the game before, like I think on patch 1.1 or 1.2, something like that. And we still have the normal lava room, so that's really cool. That's such a nice change. That just further solidifies the fact that Dodongo's Cavern has sort of like run its course, and there's no lava, there's just sand. Alright, who are we getting greeted by? Which voiceless sage this time? It's me, Darunia. Well done. Thanks to you, I'll have something interesting to tell the others. What a wild adventure. It will make an incredible story. I can't believe that you made it through that abandoned mine. And that big rock blocking the cave. All this trouble must have been caused by those two witches. I always had a feeling that they were still serving Ganon. I won't be able to help this time. You, on the other hand, have the power to stop them. Even right now? Kid, I like you. How about you and I become sworn brothers? No, there's no big ceremony. Just take this as a token of our friendship. You obtain the Goron's Ruby. This is the spiritual stone of fire passed down by the Gorons. You don't know what he means by sworn brothers, but you've collected 2 spiritual stones. You have 1 more to find. We're going to do a little bit of exploring. Then we're going to go up and we're going to, we have just a few things to explore, and then we're going to go do what I said we were going to do, which is maybe some backtracking might be in order. We just need to actually make our way to a spot that's going to make our lives much easier. I'm trying to do my best not to spoil it. Right, I nearly forgot. We have that rock we saw on the way in earlier. We gotta go blow that up. That's gonna be like right here. And you can see the treasure that awaits us. It's not a very big treasure, but it is something. And that's, that would be the red rupee. Worth 15. Now we go up the mountain. So, what did everyone think of the Dodongo's Cavern? Good stuff? I hope so. I like the Dodongo's Cavern. And that change with the boss room is super cool, and I'm really glad I got to see it for myself. Now we're in here, a grotto which is unchanged from previous versions, as far as I know, and it too is super cool. It's a rock cavern. Yeah, when you find your first grotto, this is the site you're greeted by. Which is really awesome. Gonna mind our position. Shoot that keys before it's a problem. Shoot this keys. If I can manage the archery, I probably cannot. Ah, got it. It's a little tricky without a crosshair, I'll say that much. That's why I do like Ship of Harkinian's, and I think Gold Quest? Yeah, Gold Quest added a crosshair to these things. And I'm grateful that they did to each of those projects. This, you want to drop you want to go all the way over and then drop down. If you don't, you'll slip behind the, gap here. This section isn't solid until you reach this very last corner. That tripped me up. Not the first time I navigated, but I got lucky. But the second time, oh yeah, definitely did. That was close. Gotta be careful. TSP expects some finer control from you in order to make these jumps. You can't just like hold forward every time you make a jump. You're not gonna get very far. With this, we want to not drop until we absolutely have to. Come all the way over here to the far right with your back against the wall. And then you do a rolling jump. I will say, rolling before jumping is only useful in the sense that if you need to work with a limited space, you can work with less space if you roll. Like, if you don't roll, Then you need a little more to get a running start. Now there is a Lizalfos back here somewhere. 3 jump attacks, and that takes care of the riffraff. Think there will be another one through here as well, if my memory serves. It does. I may be getting older, but my memory isn't really getting much older, at least for right now. And you wanted to know what your reward was for coming all this way? It was a gold Skulltula. That's right. You did all this for a gold Skulltula and the view. That's what you did that for. Is it worth it? Hell yes. Alright. We'll blow up this, and then we'll go to what is probably one of my favorite spots in the Sealed Palace. And probably one of my favorite mini dungeons as well. I'm a little bit more reserved about what my favorite dungeon in this actually is. We're back here at the Mountain Pass. Let me just take a quick assessment of my songs. We got Resetting Time, and we've got the Song of Storms. It sounds strange to do this, but we're gonna kill the enemies in this room. Might be thinking, why? It's overworld. You don't need to do it. Well, if you want those iron bars to open, you need to do this. That's the only way they were opening, by the way. Yeah, there are barred doors and passageways in the overworld. I believe this exploit has also been fixed. You could do a jump attack. Never mind. Exploit not fixed. So, if the collision isn't properly fixed, you can use your jump attack to get some purple rupees. I was testing it thinking I was going to be properly rebuked for it, but I'll take a free 50 rupees. Sure. There's also a gold Skulltula in this room. It's right over here. You could reach it, you'll hear it coming from above or below, and I'll demonstrate what that means eventually. But for right now, you're going to have to trust me that it was right over there, and that coming down here was the best path to get to it. Now, well, at least in the order in which we did things. See this panel? Remember that, folks. We don't have the proper song for that yet. And I can say that because we still have Zelda's Lullaby. That's probably a hard-coded song if I had to guess. Probably. But even so, you would have still seen the same panels, even if they took on a different, like, motif. I think I can hear something resonating within the stone. Coin. My brother. The strength of kinship will forge true bonds, and through it, you will know which way to go. This song is dedicated to the power of the heart. Listen to the March of Fire. Whoops. I flubbed it up by flicking my finger in the wrong direction. My finger does have a little bit of a tough time with that song in particular, but I think that's just because I'm having to, like, move between a stick and a button. I'm usually fine with most songs. That one always gets me a little bit. It's so hot, we can't stay in here. You're right, we have 40 seconds on the clock. If you've been collecting heart containers, you'll have around this much anyway. You would have had an extra 8 seconds had we had full health. Something else that's cool. This is one of the few things that has been changed. First, before we go to the shop, we're gonna come over here. We're gonna break open some crates. Yes, Goron, I know. You'd like to talk vanilla with me. We're gonna grab that Skulltula. Jump back here. There are sticks. We can also break these. I didn't know you could break these at first, but you can. Believe whatever rupee was there ended up going over to that platform, and I believe it might have already dissipated. Yes. Sure enough, it's gone, but that's fine. First, we're gonna top off on supplies. You'll see why I know you guys see the tunic sitting right there, but I have my reasons for this. Thanks to you, we're all okay. Why don't you buy some bombs now? I know, we saw it for the briefest of moments. Buying some recovery hearts. Then we're going to top off on some bombs. We need to spend some rupees anyway. Might as well be laissez-faire with it. Now, that was... I would have been upset with myself if I allowed that to happen, but... we got ourselves the Goron tunic. It's heat resistant. Going to a hot place? No worries. Did you notice the bit of text that was like, hey, you're not an adult, so you can't wear this right now. There's no text to be found, which is really cool. Which means, holding that logic, we can wear the tunic. Hooray! We can't wear the Zora tunic, though, if my memory serves me correctly. Yes, Navi. I wonder if any other Kokiri were captured by those guards. This is a pretty good time for us to go back and do some backtracking. However, I want to leave you guys with this awesome view of the shop. You know, provided I don't muck it up for you. I'm going to take our first break. I'm going to probably whip up some coffee, so I expect to be on break a little bit longer than normal. I guess we're sitting right over here. Yep, I'm going to leave you guys with this kind of view. I expect this one to be about 7 minutes, but I'm still only going to play about 90 seconds worth of ads. Normally when I take more than 5-minute breaks, that's what I end up doing, but I'm pretty happy just taking the... I'm pretty happy with the normal amount of ads. Again, feel free to stretch your legs if this is the first time you're here. I typically run ads during these intervals. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to say. No, not really. I guess when we return, we're going to explore Goron City, because there are some places we can go, including one we're not supposed to yet. And then we're gonna go back to jail. There's a reason why I'm saying that, but I'll see you guys after the break first. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. Everybody enjoy their break? I hope so. Come back with some hot cup of coffee. A little too hot right now, but I needed something for my throat. Throat was starting to get a little bit sore. So it is talking for long periods. Well, we got our tunic. We are now in no danger of falling down or falling due to heat and dying. So, see those torches up there? Don't try to light those with your stick. There are multiple torches like this. You need to come back as an adult and use your fire arrows to do this. Don't try to sit there as a kid for like 15-20 minutes. That's not gonna go over well for you. Yeah, there's a bean patch in the midst of all this lava. I mean, there were bean patches in Death Mountain craters, so that makes perfect sense. Well, we're gonna plant a bean patch here. That's gonna be useful for us as an adult. How many are we up to now? I think like 20. Yeah, about. I thought it was pretty close to 20. I was thinking 23, but hey, I'll take 24. And it's I was gonna say it was close to my sibling's age, but my sibling and I are only about 2 years and about 11 months apart. Basically 3 years. Yeah, they're well on their way to being 28. Now, next thing we're gonna do while we're here, our bomb capacity's a little light. We're gonna be using a lot of bombs, and I mean a lot of them. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna wait for dear old, I wanna say this is Medigaron. If my naming convention is correct, if I remember. Regardless, we're gonna blow the big guy up with a bomb. And your hint as to where to stop him are these bomb flowers right here. I think that's a little innocuous for a hint. You can't really tell that's what you're supposed to do with 2 bomb flowers. You're not really given that hint. Even in vanilla, the bomb flowers are used for other things. So a lot of people dismiss them out of hand. Yes, thank you. In praise of your courage, you get this. I find it easy to just walk up to the guy with a nearly depleted bomb and just, you know, take a quarter of a heart of damage. Just blow yourself up. It's much faster that way. Now, there are 2 paths we can go. One will lead us to an interesting item. Oh, and yeah, you can void out in Goron City. So maybe don't do what I just did. Just trying to, like, I'm always having to figure out where I am in terms of the camera here. So I don't know if I just have to kind of like sit up straight all the time. Which kind of sucks for my back just a little bit. Or, you know, if I do lean over into the mic, I need to put the mic a little bit closer to my mouth. I don't really know what the correct answer is. If I'm not careful, I'm just going to cover my face with my own mic stand. That's no fun for anybody. Yeah, basically, it's got to be at least this far down. Oh, what was that noise, Link? Oh, and you don't need to use one of your bombs. You can use a bomb flower, and I recommend you do so. There's an ice switch up here somewhere. Or did that move? That might have moved. or been only seeable as adult. If so, that's actually a really interesting change. I'm not sure what that... I don't remember what that ice switch did. Can we use nuts on you? Sure can. Takes 4 jump attacks. 3 jump attacks. To take out the lava slugs as child, but that's really not an issue. You can't just, like, use your sword on them. You do, in fact, have to, You do, in fact, have to use something else to get them out of that flaming, impervious state. It's got something to do with, like, their internal defense value. I think it's like it has to be at least a 2. Because that's the Kokiri sword's attack value. It's a 2. Nice. Yeah, that chest is the troll, by the way. And another Nimpi's staple. You can get up on chests. Thank you for the extra hearts. The real thing we want to watch for is over there, across from us. But we can at least come here and get this nifty item. Here in the totally not misleading chest, we get bomb chews. That's right, and they functionally work the same here as they do in vanilla. There's no difference. I should have said they're the identical item, but nonetheless. We have bomb chews. I think there are a couple of spots where we need them, but for the most part, we can use bombs at this stage of the game. And it's not like Indigo where you have, like, bomb chews that you have to detonate remotely or stuff like that. Alright, now we come over here. This is, I think, the last thing we gotta do. At least for the time being, and then we're gonna go back to the castle. And then we're probably going to go schlep it all over Hyrule again. There is nothing for us in the Haunted Wastes. I'll go ahead and be up front with you. We do not need a bomb. We just need to blow this one up. Right over here. And get out of the way. Having your own bombs does make this significantly faster, though. Nice. I totally didn't mean to do that. I just stepped too far backwards. All I wanted was to obtain some space. Enough to breathe. Maybe at the end of the stream, I'll show you guys what I've been working on. It's something I'm beginning to do in my spare time. Just for fun. Maybe, you know, surprise my friends at the, you know, the Magic the Gathering Commander table. And of course, I'm just gonna eat the quarter heart here. Yeah, real smart. I might as well void out now. And we're back at the shop. We haven't used another entrance, so we appear back at the shop. Yay. And then I guess we'll talk to a couple of the Gorons that happen to be here. Most of them have vanilla text. There's only like 1 or 2 that actually have real meaningful changes to them. The dialogue was something that the devs have stated in the Discord, and I think one of the Stones of Truth say that you know, hey, this was done last. So the dialogue can be sometimes an afterthought, sometimes. I think the dialogue where it was changed is good. There's no reason to go changing a whole bunch of it. Just the necessary pertinent stuff. Why? Because this is a level mod. That's mostly what it's here for. and the story is told through text and cutscenes, which is way more than you can ask of for like a lot of like Zelda mods. Like, yeah, cutscenes are what separate the great from the good, but you don't need it for a Zelda hack. Most people are just looking for new levels, new items, and either some additional time in the spotlight for young Link or adult Link. One of those two things. Usually it's adult Link. Alright, let's talk to you. I'm working on something really cool right now, but I think it's going to take a while. If you can wait 5 or 6 years, it should be ready, okay? Speaking of which, I gotta give props to Ice Cream Man, and that's a Discord user with that name. He is working on materials for hack. It's nowhere near ready to be released yet. It's still in like development and asset planning, but it's really cool. Link, like, that Link is supposedly one that has been you know, been through Termina. Like, it is the successful timeline and everything. There's like an axe, there's a flute, there's a flame rod, there's quite a few things in here. It's really good stuff. Yeah, this is the last thing I wanted to do. We're not supposed to be here yet. Only with the goddess's protection may one enter these forsaken grounds. And that, my fine friends, is what's barring the way. Yeah, Nehru's love, which is the goddess's protection, allows you to ignore spikes. I think you still get knocked back, but you don't take any damage. No, that's not true, because you wouldn't be able to cross that if damage is all it's got. It depends. I've seen some where... I've had some interactions with Nehru's love where, you know, the knockback is the thing that still goes through, and other times it just ignores everything. It's not the most consistent magic spell in the world. Additionally, I would just like to point out the fact that we have not had magic yet. We're not going to get that for a while. That's it. So now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to town. Oh god, the audio delay is killing me for this. The other reason I'm wearing these headphones as opposed to the ones connected to my gaming computer is so that I can actually, I don't know, say, you know, hear when people are following or people are subbing or other stuff like that. And, hey, I've thought about opening up Tuesdays for vote on my Discord. I haven't put out that feeler yet, but I am most assuredly going to do that after today's stream. If you want to be part of that process, you want to, you know, pick the games that go on stream days here on Twitch. YouTube, I don't know yet, but definitely at least Twitch. Consider subscribing. If you like the content and all you want to do is view this, you know, on Tuesdays, Sundays, or Wednesdays, then, you know, follow and making sure the notifications are on are enough. But if you really want to be involved with all the content, besides just checking out the individual links in the About Me section, you want to actually shape it and have some say, consider subscribing. A maintained subscription is required for this, but that's really about it. And a tier 1, no, I'm sorry, a sustained Twitch Prime is enough to get your votes on stuff. Because you'll be in the Discord where we vote on these things. Yeah, your Prime, whether or not you pay into it continuously, is enough to get you into the Discord. But if you want to vote, then you're going to need to pay in. Gotta do something to keep the lights on, guys. Every little bit of financial help is much appreciated, and I'll do my best to make that all worth it for you. But I'm gonna do this whether I work or not, I'm in school or not, until I physically no longer can. I am going to at least make my attempts to stream. So I'm gonna be making this content for a while. So I'll be here. But anything you want to do in terms of help, greatly appreciated. But following, sharing the content with friends is more than enough. Welcome to the castle grounds. I forget, is that patch still there? There is, that butterfly patch is there. I was wondering about this. Can we pull out our ocarina? Sometimes we can do that in some mods. Let's see. Yep. I kind of preamble to the fact that these are a thing, but I'm gonna... Sorry, I thought I had something in my teeth. And that camera moved, didn't it? It did. We're gonna get caught. We have a slingshot, and we've got a, and bombs. So we can do a couple of extra things here in the castle. So we're gonna do that now. And I'm gonna show you guys the world's worst guard. That explosion should have killed him, or at the very least alerted him to our presence. No such thing happened. I've been waiting for you, Coin. I'll bet you have, Syria. You look like you're content to be in this prison cell. Like, you've accepted it, you know? I think Princess Zelda has escaped already, but I will not be able to leave this place. I feel that this place will be very important for both of us someday. That's what I feel. Play the ocarina I left and you can talk with the spirits of the forest. Would you like to listen to my song? Sure. Okay, try to follow along with the melody I will play. Are you ready? I sure am. Familiar tunes. It's nice to have some familiar songs. Now, is Saria's song necessary? I'm gonna tell you right now, it is 100% not necessary. I think she was saying something about if you don't want to forget me, play this song. When you want to hear my voice, play Saria's song. You can talk with me anytime. She still has the hints she is supposed to have, but the real purpose of Saria's song is not for Saria. I'm going to show you what the purpose of this is. If you ever get stuck, you want to talk to Saria, right? No. Really? Then do you want to talk to me? Yes. Coin, try to keep moving. Yeah, the dialogue with Navi, those are the hints. You use Saria's song to cycle Navi hints. Now, is that hint particularly stellar? No, not at all. In all honesty, it could be a lot better, but you know, at least she says something. This one isn't really too hard. Do we have to be here? No. Really, the only thing you needed to come back to the castle for was Saria's song, If That. You're free to just kind of ignore that song if you don't think you need it. If you're like, I'm not sure what to do, then come back as a child. Probably is when that's going to happen. And grab that song. For now, I'm going to get our lovely toy ready. Yeah, this mod loves its Stalfos. I thought I swallowed some insect. Okay. Well, if it was an insect, it is now drowned in hot coffee. Come on, jump this way. Oh, and the Stalfos hurt, by the way. Don't come back. Thank you. Oh, by the way, the beeping sound that we would have heard at 1.5 hearts just now, gone. No beeping. Which I'm pretty happy about. That's a nice QOL. QOL. Quality of life. Yeah, our reward for dealing with the Stalfos was a piece of heart, which is a nice enough reward. That enemy generally makes a piece of heart very worth it. Especially because you're usually inclined to take some amount of non-zero damage. Yeah, I don't think so. Thank you, but I am not interested in what you have for sale. And then, that is a real statue. You could have swung at it to check. You know, why are we here? Why are we exploring the castle grounds? What's the point of all this? You're probably asking. Imaginary voice in my head. Well, I'm glad you asked, imaginary voice. The reason we're here is for this, which we would have heard upon taking this door. You can, in fact, get this without a boomerang, I'm fairly sure. Just gotta line yourself up. And then you gotta have your sword out or you're not gonna make it. But with your sword out, make that jump, and then do a jump slash in the middle. There. Easy Skulltula. Look, I'm not a speedrunner, but I know a few tricks. I know a few movement gimmicks. We also have one other thing to do on the castle grounds themselves, not in here, which is like the miniature dungeon, like the dungeon section. Hyrule conduits, huh? Back through here, back through Saria's little place, and then, we want to head right. Yep, throw me in the dungeon. Lock away the key this time. And if you ain't gonna do that, then I'm just gonna get out again. Cool. We got out again. Through here, right? Yes. Okay, I was a little concerned. All right. Right this way. I'm backtracking now because once we get into the third dungeon, we really don't want to be doing a whole bunch of the backtracking. We want to just be able to go right to adult or as close to adult. Like, be ready for adulthood. We don't want to wait if we don't have to. Goodness. Sorry, I'm letting my voice kind of recover. right over here. And if you'll remember, we got locked in this room and we had to like kill an Armos for the first time. Yeah, there was a door with a slingshot switch, an eye switch over it. You just unlock that door. That's right. There are extra rooms. You thought that's all there was to this castle? Just a courtyard and a tall tower. No, there's more. I was a little impatient. Wait, maybe... right there. There we go. We stunned it while it was swinging, and then we knocked it out. Didn't have to wait for it to, like, repeatedly dangle itself or anything. You were wondering about that third key? If anyone was wondering about the third key, this is where it goes. It's right here. Okay, cool. There is a switch puzzle, or a torch puzzle, which unlocks a door. We're gonna come in here. Grab this chest, which I think might be sticks. Seeds. Pretty close. No, not close at all. Now, this is the real treasure. If I were being really serious, I would have spent some rupees already. Because we're about to hit the mother load. That's right. Up here, in this little section of the castle. Actually, I didn't need to spend rupees. I'm an idiot. We got 200 rupees. Great, fantastic. Can we actually go through this? No, this is jammed. Yeah, you're not supposed to go through that. There is a chest, but we don't really need to be here. This is what I wanted to show. No, I take that back. There's one more thing we gotta do, but we can reach that from Castle Town. We don't have to, walk all the way around. It's just faster to do this. Use your warp songs, folks. They're there for a reason. Use them to cut out long trips. That will lead to outskirts. We want to head to the opposite side. Like toward the guardhouse. That's where we want to go. Right over here. I have a pretty good idea of where to go in town. I'm usually not lost for like maybe more than a second. The signs help. Having visually distinct entrances would be a bigger help, but again, that's what contributes to getting lost for like a hot minute. Now, what are we gonna do with ourselves? We're gonna come over here. I'd like you to notice that you can totally jump over this. Jump attack or not. I think it's really tight if you don't. Hello. Really? Oh, I forgot to do something. We're gonna go and do that again, but when we get to the castle courtyard, or like, the castle gate, we're gonna turn it to night. Guard's vision is worse at night. You'll see what I mean. We could turn it to night now if we wanted to. Just took me a second. Moon Song's one of the ones I'm more sketchy on. Mainly because it may have been fixed in 1.3, but there are some deleterious consequences of playing Moonsong in specific spots. And I'll demonstrate that, I think, in the third dungeon. You can actually play the Moonsong in there. Again, that might have been fixed in 1.3. When I last played it, you could play the Moonsong in there, and it would have a bad effect, let's say. Alright, so the guards, there should be 2 up there, as expected. But hopefully they should just be a little bit more relaxed at night. More tired, more exhausted. You know, soldiers, you really should be in the garrison right now. Getting your well-earned R&R. Not doing this. You can just go around them like this into the steps. That is a fast nighttime, I will tell you what. Yeah, that's right. There's a heart piece here. I think we have, what, 2 of a container? 3. Those are seeds. I'm gonna bop these, but I don't remember any of them having, I don't remember any of them having, a Skulltula in them. Weirdly enough, I think all the tree Skulltulas have been moved other places. Alright. We're good. Let's, we're gonna go back to town, turn it back to night, go into the shop, go into the Kokiri shop, grab some sticks, and then we should be okay, to go and do some backtracking. And of course, I'll set it to daytime so we could do just that. Wrong. How do you guys like your coffee? Some people might say I like coffee with my cream and sugar, but I just don't like it bitter. That's really about it. I also actually like it hot. Let's grab some nuts. And let's get 5 sticks. Anything I can do to avoid filling up on, like, on wallet space. I want to do that as much as possible. We already have 10. Let's go turn in our reward, and then we can begin backtracking. We got 25 earlier. We should get the Stone of Agony, for making that turn in. And then we'll do a whole bunch of backtracking. I want the boomerang before I do the final bit of backtracking in the castle town. There is one spot, if you guys will recall, there was a bit of lore in the House of Skulltula, about, you know, falling into a hole, underneath the waterfall in town, and then having that nightmare of, like, things grabbing that person's feet. I'm paraphrasing big time, but the book went something like that. Actually, we can go look at that book real quick once we turn in the reward, and we can refresh ourselves. Why is this? Is this just preternaturally dark? I can't tell. The curse has been broken. Thank you. Here's a reward. Rumble pack reacts to nearby secrets. We don't have one of those. We have a memory pack, which is pretty much required to play most, if not any, ROM hack, ROM mod. It's this room. You want to go through this room. I fell asleep at the base of the waterfall. I looked down and found webs wrapped around my feet. Then I woke up. Now, it might not be the waterfall I'm thinking of. No, it's not this secret. If you guys remember the guy overlooking... Nope, wrong one. The guy at the floor of where you find the dancing people in the Night Owl. That club. Those people? That guy tells you about the thing underneath the well. Under the fountain, excuse me. Yeah, if you play Song of Storms here, I'll demonstrate it, but I won't go in. There'll be a hole that'll appear here. I'll even enter it. You know what? I changed my mind. I'll enter it. We're better off coming back as an adult, though. We got some things we can't exactly reach. I'll try it with the boomerang, but I think we're gonna have to come back as an adult if I'm being perfectly honest with you. That is not where I wanted to go. Let's fix that. This is where the guardhouse is, so we want to head up this way. There are a lot of ways you can get to the exits in town. A lot of different ways that you could get to the exits in town. Doesn't really matter which one. Just some routes to the exit are clearly more efficient than others. We could buy bomb shoes, but no, we can't buy bomb shoes yet. We need to be in a far later place for that to happen. Now, I want to say Pathways is the very first instance where we should be doing some backtracking. Yep, there's a grotto right here. Yeah, I thought that would happen. If the bomb's not in view for whatever strange reason, stuff you blow up won't blow up. The stuff you put the bombs out for won't blow them up. Right. See that, Skulltula? We need a boomerang to get it. We could get everything else, but honestly, I'm just gonna wait until we have the boomerang to come back and do this. I shouldn't have even blown that up, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Instead, we're gonna come back over here to this place. You guys remember the cave next to the forest grotto? The one we're about to head to right now? Yeah, there was a secret there. We saw the secret. We knew we had to blow up the wall, too, to get to it. It's one of two secrets in here. We're gonna blow up that clay wall now. That is not at all what I wanted to do, and you know it. I guess I just didn't flick the stick hard enough. Let's try again. Thank you. Let's kill some bats. Because I think there are at least 3 in here. Oh, this is a little more clearly lit up. I wasn't really able to see the spikes before. I guess there was more vertex paint applied. And or they actually brightened the textures in the 1.3 update. Either way, that's super cool. Oh, and don't expect any more updates. 1.3 is the final one. It's the last one. Nice. Alright, Octorok. Where are ya? Stop. And the other one won't show up until we get closer to it, which is really weird behavior. Usually they're like super far away. Nice. Thanks for the harassment, Octorok. I need to grab your soul and turn them off. Turn them all off. Good lord, I am bad. Bad gameplay. Not this time. Yes, Navi. I wonder if Saria knows anything about the other spiritual stone. Really? You're gonna make me demo the actual Saria hint? Sure. Let's get up here then. Also, yeah, I'd like you to make note of that little alcove up here. See, there's like a hunk of wood there? What do you want to bet we can long shot that as an adult? It's too high for a hook shot. It's like quite a bit too high for a hook shot. But that's something else I'll have to remember for a little bit later. Alright. Back over here. And we can leave. We're gone now. We're gonna go to the Lost Woods, because there's another place we can check. This one will be more solemn. Have some more significance. It's gonna make you guys real sad. I like how the pathways just chimed in and then stopped. Really? Thank you. No, sir. Stop. I'm a pretty efficient fighter in Ocarina of Time. There really aren't too many enemies. Now, Indigo, on the other hand, no. Those Tongolds and the Deku Worms are like the worst. I'm struggling to find which one I think would be actively worse. I think I gotta give it to the Tongolds. And mostly because it's not clear what the poison does. I know, Indigo spoilers. It's also not clear how exactly to move out of the way of their attacks. A lot of enemies in Indigo are like that. And that'll probably be another thing I show off, is like Indigo Chapter 2. Specifically 2, I don't know if I would show 1. Now, you remember what they said about the forests burning? This is what they meant. This is exactly what they meant. Guys, recognize that tree up there? Well, we probably don't, but I'm willing to bet that some Kokiri lived here. Kokiri lived here. Oh, hello. Stop. Aw, so close. Yeah. So I'd like to now take the opportunity to walk you through this. There's like a patch here with like red blotches on it. I mean, this might just be like magma or like you know, a bonfire, but you know what I'm moreover willing to bet? That they burned some bodies here. Did you guys notice that not all the Kokiri were in jail? Yeah, I'm willing to bet they captured the girls and us, apparently, because we were asleep. We apparently didn't amount to much in the eyes of the guards, and they killed anybody who resisted, because the Kokiri boys are nowhere to be found. Not Mido, not anyone else. They're gone. They're probably dead. Look at this bit of dialogue. Listen. Hey, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it. This was probably your house, or, you know, the house of someone that Link cared about, and it's just burnt to ashes. Everything is gone. Everything is just gone. All gone. Yeah. Ganondorf's guards were merciless when coming through here. All gone. Last thing we gotta do to get out of this hellscape is, there aren't any boulders I'm aware of in the Lost Woods, so we're actually pretty good on spots that we need to check. Bombs don't open up anything new for us in the flooded mine. And we already got the hidden grotto, we got the hidden grotto, on the mountain itself. So we're good. We're gonna go back to the Gorons. And I believe I will leave you guys with a different view this time while we take our second break. And then we'll be ready to tackle some new dungeons. That'll be fun. I think I'll leave you guys with that view. Alright. So I'm gonna take 5 minutes this time instead of 7, because I wanted to go make coffee and like do laundry and other stuff. This time it should just be an honest break. So we know the deal by this point. 5 minutes on the clock, 90 seconds of ad time. See you after this commercial break. I'm back. Sorry about that. I think I was gone maybe 2 minutes over. My stomach was hurting. Had to get a little something in my system. So, I had some of the local cheese fries in a bag. Not particularly good, but it at least filled the hole. I need something besides roast and cabbage, potato, sausage bake, which are both good but are incredibly heavy. And additionally, the cabbage gives me some terrible gas. Absolutely terrible gas. Ugh, gross. And it's very discomforting the whole night while you're sleeping while you're sleeping. It's every time I have something like that, I had it with the coleslaw and again with the cabbage potato bake, my body just does not like copious or even nominal quantities of cabbage. Well, we're here now. We're here in this place. And now I get to show you the rest of the snowy mountain. I hope everybody has enjoyed their break. I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who's been hanging out with and enjoying the journey so far. Really appreciate it. And hopefully I continue to be entertaining, or at the very least, a mild amusement on the radio, or radio, not radio. Unlike your, I suppose it would be your MP3 player. At this point it'd be an Apple Watch or something, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let me walk through that room a little bit more than what I just did. So, over there somewhere is a piece of heart. I guess I can show it. Yeah, there's a piece of heart right there. We have a ledge that we now... This has been raised, so it's a little clearer that you can't make that ledge as a child. You need to come back here as an adult to get that particular piece of heart. Now, you guys remember how I said that we were going to have to deposit the contents of our bottles? This is that point. If you guys will recall the ice cavern in Vanilla, where we were here as an adult, there were blue fire puzzles. Well, guess what? There are blue fire puzzles in here too. And so we're gonna have to keep empty bottles the whole way through. And when we get ready to come back through this place, that's when we're gonna be able to get another bottle of bugs, because we're gonna need it. I'll probably make that little trip, yeah, come over here. Ice geese are here in full force. And they love to ram in here and freeze you. No thanks. You get your one frost breath and then you die. Now, we have two options. And yes, I do mean two. There's the obvious path up here, with which, guess what? You can see the blue fire. It's right there. You have that entrance up there, which appears to be blocked by a clay wall. You also have this hole that we could fall into. I'm gonna, even though it looks like the hole is death, I promise it is not. Trust me, your best bet is to go through this hole first, and then pray to God that you do not fall into this hole, into this little trench again. If we look up, I think it might be up anyway. No, it's a little further along than that. Wolfos, come this way. Of course you would while I'm facing backward to the camera. Get out of here with that. Oh, and don't be thinking about exploring that yet. That's kind of a trap. It's designed that way so you forget the room exists. You're gonna need this room. Now, hello. Yeah, there are re-deads here. Congratulations. Luckily, as soon as you kill one, any other re-deads are gonna go flooding right to that corpse. And they are gone. 2 jump slashes is enough to take out re-deads as a child. And I think 1 jump slash takes care of them as an adult. I could be wrong, but because you get 2 hits due to the way that the bodies are constructed. Oh, and yes, you do gotta make the jump that you think you do. It's right up here. And inside is a key. Yeah, this is a proper dungeon. This is not a child dungeon. We have keys. I don't think the crates contain much beyond typical ammunition and collectibles. You know, did I see what I thought I saw in view? No. But if you look up, I want you to make note of the fact this is more open than this little tunnel was here. Yeah, there's a room where we could fall back down here, and that's going to be incredibly troublesome to reclaim our progress if that happens. Luckily, they're not going to put in locations that you're forced to warp out of, except for maybe the castle. Like Hyrule Castle, that's what I meant. Ah, there is a Big Beamos. I do wish, in vanilla, because they're working with vanilla text boxes here, I do wish Ocarina of Time had bothered to maybe specify the difference between Big Beamos and Little Beamos statues, but it could be worse. At least we know the general weakness. But again, to clarify, 1 blast for the Big Beamos statue. No, 1 blast for the Little Beamos statues. 2 blasts for the big statues. Don't even think about it. The thing that the Ice Cavern is probably going to teach you is like bottle navigation and uses of bottles and puzzles more than anything else. Hello, White Wolfos. Goodbye, White Wolfos. Nice. That got fixed. Before that, those cutscenes would have taken at most like half a second, and you would have barely seen that in a previous patch. That appears to have been fixed. That's good. Now, I'm gonna burst your bubble a little early. You're like, ooh, cool. Ice Cavern as a child, right? Fully beatable. No. Just no. You gotta, if you could, like, hover jump up there if you really wanted to do that. But that's cheating. Don't do that. I mean, it's speed running. I shouldn't exactly call it cheating. It's a glitch, but speedrunners use it all the time. And speedrunners are like a really common audience for Ocarina of Time. So it's glitching the game out. But if you want to do things in the intended progression order, don't do that. We came out of that door and looped through twice, so over here it is. This is really cool. It's not like a reflective surface, but it is made to kind of look like ice. Here are super cool hexagonal stones or crystals in the midst of the ice. It's a really neat aesthetic. Nice. The Ice Cavern is one of those places I really like from a visual standpoint in the Sealed Palace. And I like it because of what it represents. It's the fine attention to detail. You know what, sure, let's go this way first. I think we'll get like a treasure chest for doing this. That might have been it too? Nope. Oh, yeah. Right, Wolfos appear from nothing. Thank you. There are big chests, which tells you right away that this is a dungeon. I'm fairly sure the map is in this chest. Yes, I was correct. Like I said, this is a game I pretty much know almost front to back. There should be hardly anything that's a surprise, but you know, the thing about games like this where, I've played them before, even ROM mods like this where I've kind of played them before, is they can give you a tour of what not to do, things to do. And I realize it's not different than what normal Let's Plays are. There's a lot of, like scouting, but you can miss things in a scout. I've, talked to other folks who've played the game and have read, several paragraphs about the game. I've also, I've played this multiple times and gotten almost 100% each time, stopping just short of the actual real Ganon fight. So I almost more or less know all there is to know about TSP, and it's one of the reasons I can talk about it. I really appreciate stuff like this, and I personally think I do better in a environment where I'm not half blind. This room is also really cool. You're gonna hear that sentence a lot. It's really cool. It's icy cool, but dunce. Anyway, this room is kind of like a, I guess you would call this a sort of long chasm meant to test your platforming abilities. It's just a long chasm. The rest was a run-on sentence. Our path forward is pretty much going to converge onto these icy platforms. Yes, they're platforms with ice physics. You better be ready for them. At least it isn't Master of Time ice physics. Well, not that it changes the physics, but, the ice levels... stop that. Come over here, Sir Bat. I better get ready to get frozen again. Stop. Get help. Lots of it. Like a grown adult. Wait, bats don't need psychiatric help? Humans are the only species that I know of that need psychiatrists. You don't handle dog or cat psyches the same way. There are quite a few different... Oh, actually, I just realized that I did a really bad maneuver. Luckily, I think we can fix this. Yeah, that's for, getting back. We actually have to take this ledge here. Here should be the compass. Oh, and I know what you're thinking about that hookshot room earlier. You know, the one where we fought the White Wolfo sub-boss. You're like, surely that's just a bonus area, right? No. There's a key up there. You need that key, or you're not gonna finish this dungeon. Never mind the fact you need to be tall enough to actually do the one of the ice block puzzles a little bit later. You're better off just going through the section of the ice cavern you could make as a kid and coming back as an adult. That is something one of the Stones of Truth will also tell you, is that you can, you might be asked to finish a dungeon later as an adult, or that there are rewards for doing so. This dungeon is an example of that. Yeah, this right here. I'm pretty sure I tried to do my best to introduce you guys to these rope textures, and that we are capable of climbing most of them when put in these positions like this. About that, if you didn't go through the guard tower to get that Hylian shield, you would never know. You'd be stumped coming here because you'd be thinking it's a texture, but no, you can climb on it. It's a 2D image you can climb on. I know that through Souls Midnight, I think, might be the YouTuber I'm talking about. There's like 1 or 2 others I've watched, like their long plays of this game, and they got stuck with the rope as well. That switch, it will open up a shortcut. Actually, I want to make sure my chat is like scrolling. It appears to be scrolling properly. I'm paranoid about missing chat in case that wasn't obvious. All right, let's get our bombs ready. We could go back and we could go and de-thaw all of the frozen red ice. But I think that's a waste of your time for the time being. We're better off just moving onward. Besides, once we are finished with our tasks on this side of the mountain, we'll have a chance to go back through. We can also run through the cavern again, just by warping back to the Goron City. Yeah. So welcome to the mountain peak. Up there is a manor. And welcome to Precise Platforming, the movie, the vintage sequel. No, that one's coming. Take your frozen butt somewhere else. Nice. You might actually see me die here, guys. Especially as I get more and more impatient with the level. Nice. You gotta take your time with the mountain peak here. If you don't, you will assuredly die. The thing that the mountain peak teaches is controlled jumps. Yeah, you can make some controlled jumps. Mostly by controlling the momentum of the jump more than anything else. So, that way will take us to where we're supposed to go. Also, while I'm here, Navi said we should talk to Saria about, you know, her information. So we're going to talk to her now, just to get Navi to not chime in about that. Coin, this is Saria. Can you hear me? Are you collecting spiritual stones? You have one more to find. You mean the spiritual stone of water, don't you? King Zora once told me that a mask artist borrowed it from him. Different story, huh? She would normally go into, like, what it actually is. Do you want to talk to Sari again? No. We've seen that hint enough. We're gonna go this way. A, because there's a Skulltula in this direction, and B, there's a nice little enemy that we can fight. Thank you. And thank you again. Ah, the perks and advantages of knowing where everything is again for repeat playthroughs. Anyone else here? I'm just curious. I want my streams to be a place amenable to everyone, whether you're a content creator or not. Does anyone else stream? Anyone else stream this type of thing? Or just stream in general? I'd love to hear about your adventures. Tell me more about them. Maybe we could collaborate together, or, you know, at the very least, feed each other our audiences, if we can. Really? You came all that way up here to harass me. Well, that didn't earn you very much, Mr. Bat, Mr. Keese. Now, I remember correctly, we want to drop down like this. I remember in a previous patch, I could not, in fact, drop down to the game, or drop down to that ledge. I would end up, I would just end up voiding out instead, for some weird reason. Alright, let's line this up carefully. And now we're free to, now that we have the shortcuts that we have, we can actually... This is probably the time where I go do that, now that I'm thinking about it. I do want to at least show the area, real quick. That way we're not breaking flow too much, but once we get to that point, I'll show what it is I'm gonna go back and do. Then we're gonna do it, and then do the third dungeon. I'll go ahead and mention it's at least here. That is the dungeon you want to do. There isn't anything else either. Just this. Nice. Don't bother with any of these gravestones. There's nothing here except ghosts. For you, if you try that. One of the real prizes is over here. There's a grotto in it. Grotto underneath this stone. This grotto is worse than the one with the crystals in it. Way worse. Oh, I guess I shouldn't say it's worse. It's more precise. Now that might be a point of worseness for you. Oh, no you don't. I don't think so. Thank you very much. Yeah, platforming with ice physics. How about that? And precise platforming that you're not even sure a roll would help you, they don't. But, you know, if you were thinking a roll was gonna help you, it's not. The only thing that's gonna help you is, like, knowing exactly what you need to do and running the few tests. That might be enough. Yeah. TSP. No, don't do this. Center that camera. Yeah, if you don't blow up those icicles, they'll knock you off. By virtue of you not having enough room to get up on the ledge. And if that weren't enough, you still got one more platforming peril to cross, and then, you know what? I'm willing to let that difficulty challenge slide, game. We got more heart pieces. Cool. And now we void out. We void out. We don't need to be back here anymore. Unlike the cave near the forest grotto, there isn't anything left for us with a long shot or anything like that. Now, this is what I was talking about. We can plant the bean here. Great, cool, good. But we're gonna have to come back here with a bug in a bottle anyway. Which, now is probably a good time to go do it. Because once we do what we need to do here and enter the third dungeon, I promise you we're not gonna want to leave for anything. So we should just do this now. Hold on. I don't know why I'm having a more spastic time with the songs, but I am. Oh. Sorry to stretch. Doesn't look too bad. There's like a little bit of an offset between what you guys are seeing in the game and what I'm seeing when I play. There's a little bit of an offset. And any lagginess I'm feeling with the controls is imagined. I've at least determined that much. Alright. Potion Man, where are you? Make me understand that I need some bugs to complete my plan. I was trying not to sing Ocean Man, but I wanted to sing it, so I had to come up with some lyrics on the fly. So there you go. Yeah, I know about the container. Just give me the fish. Yep, we know all about this. And we're also gonna buy back our... Wait, we don't have a... Oh, right. We still have some blue fire. We don't need that for this section. Again, we're gonna do what we have to do as an adult. There's no reason. There's no reason to have blue fire. Fairy spirit it is. Also, I like that this is a fairy's spirit and not a fairy, even though the bottle is a fairy. It's really interesting that there's a naming distinction between those two things. And now this should be a very quick trip through the ice cavern. Extremely quick trip. I think you guys are gonna like the third dungeon. I would say... I don't think any of the child dungeons are my favorite in this ROM mod. TSP has some awesome dungeons, and I like them all. Even the third from the final dungeon, I think that one might be my least favorite, but then again, I've never liked the Shadow Temple in Ocarina of Time. Not that much anyway. I like the atmosphere, but I don't know if I like the dungeon design. Unfortunately, I think that trend will carry over to that dungeon, the analog of that dungeon when we get ready to go through it. Don't want to spoil too much. I'm not outright saying it, but anybody who's, experienced the game will know what I'm talking about. For those of you that don't, you'll just have to come with me on the adventure and find out. For those of you watching the VOD of this, that's your cue to subscribe on my YouTube channel. And, you know, come over to my Twitch and do the same thing. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I've already jested with you enough about that. I'm hamming it up. That's what I'm doing. I'm hamming it up. No! Dang it! Get out of the ice. Thank you. Quick, he says, but then he takes this short. He goes the long way instead. It wouldn't be me if I didn't do this at least once. Nice. Ice physics. Am I right? For some weird reason, people don't like ice and water physics if they're not specifically being called for. It's really strange, because I think the water levels in lots of video games are like the best the game has to offer. Like I really do genuinely think that. I love the water temple. I didn't like it as a kid that much, but as an adult, I can appreciate what the water temple in Ocarina of Time was going for. I can appreciate what the lake bed temple was going for in Twilight Princess, and I happen to really like those dungeons. What can I say? I'm Euclidean in taste when it comes to my, you know, puzzle, action, adventure, like adventure RPG style games. And I looked up the designation for Ocarina of Time before I said that. I called it an action platformer, and it is not an action platformer. It is an adventure RPG, which happens to have platforming elements as a sub-theme. I'm gonna ignore you. Not interested. I want to quickly get back to where I was. Now, I'm ready for maximum annoyance. Okay, right here, if I center the jump, this is one of the most precarious jumps. I think it's really cool in presentation, but I'm not sure I like it as a player. I'm already rather mercurial about my performances in platformers. I'm mediocre at them, in other words. Sometimes I'm really good, other times not so much. When I play a platformer over and over and get really good at it, or at least decent at it, then I feel fine. I know my first time when I was grappling with that jump, I died like 10 times. I waited out like almost 50 times getting the jump at least. I sucked at it that much. So, for as much practice as I have at it now, as long as I line up the jump, I'm fine. Now we wait. Thank you for spitting that out like I asked you to, game. I think we're like 28 or 9. We're exactly at 30. That is awesome. Now, these doors. You notice how they're blue in color? I'll show you the text. This door seems to be frozen shut. They're also double doors, by the way. So even if they weren't frozen, I couldn't use the center of them to open up anyway. I would have had to pick one. Yeah, we have to come in through the side. And now we're here at Snow Peak Manor. You're getting a bomb. What? I'm sorry, what? So, the bomb went through the floor, but ended up killing him anyway. I'll take the victory. I guess they didn't put collision in the floor properly, or if they did, you know, I imagine really the correct statement is, hey Coin, the collision's finicky, you should know that. And it's something I do eventually plan on grappling with myself. I've been trying to like slowly work up the courage to like do more with Blender. Right now I'm kind of like, I'm in that stage where I'm just experimenting with the stuff I want to make. Because I have a ROM hack ROM mod, excuse me, I'd like to make eventually. I won't spoil the name or even the plot of it or, you know, what to expect. I too mostly want to have, I want to have like a light touch of custom mechanics. Mostly more uses for light arrows, or maybe turning them into electric arrows. More uses for ice arrows, and probably either removing the mirror shield or putting another shield in its place. And I don't know. Yes, I already talked to her, Navi. Stop it. Most people forget about this chest, but it is here, or don't even think about it. But if you wanted 50 rupees, it's right there. Or people get it when their wallet's full. That's the other thing I've seen. I've watched a YouTuber or / speedrunner named Not Your Average Person, all one word. And he just ignored that chest. Or I think he actually might have collected it with a full wallet back when it was 99 rupees. Which is just it's so lamentably sad. I take great pains to empty my wallet whenever possible. Yeah, you're getting a bomb to the face. As a child, bombs are like the quickest method of taking them out. Just use bombs. As long as you've got them to spare, use them. It's when you don't have them to spare that you'll have to rely on other methods. You borrowed a Mask of Truth. Wear it with C to show it off. Show it to many people. You can equip this mask quickly by using the D-pad. Up on the D-pad, if you've got it, will equip the mask. Down on the D-pad, we'll use the ocarina. I'll demonstrate that in the third dungeon, because it does make use of those stones in a thematic, non-spoilery way. Now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna come over here. I didn't really give you a good preview of it. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. That over here is the Skulltula. And then we're gonna go back through the manor again and go through the room we didn't touch. I guess I could show it to you right here. Sure. Responding to your mask, the strange stone statue talks to you. I overheard this. They say that using the hook shot underwater can help open chests. It does. What you have to do, what that hint is telling you, is that if you have the iron boots equipped and you are underwater, you need to open a chest. You can open it by using the hook shot to, like, go to the front of the chest. I want to see what that stone says. That'll never not get old. And then you want to quickly press A once you've hook-shotted to the front of the chest. Oh, right. I overheard this. They say that Castletown was rebuilt 4 times. That is a hint to let you know, or a subtle detail that you might think is game knowledge, and I guess it might be. It took the townspeople 4 tries to rebuild Castletown after the war. I guess I could believe that. But more likely, I think that hint saying, hey, the devs took 4 times to get Castletown correct, and even then, they still had to go back through and do a patch job on some of it, because it wasn't clear where people were going with it. Like, where people were supposed to go in town. There was no signage. Something that I will have to address in my own ROM mod whenever I do make it. Don't bother exiting these double doors. Will take you back outside. You just have to walk around. Hello. No response. He's sleeping. I'll bet. You look very tired. Alright, let's go in here then. Nightmare. It's the third dungeon. It is Link's Nightmare. I wonder what Link's Nightmare is supposed to be. Yep, overheard this. They say that art takes blood, sweat, and tears. Does it? I know about the sweat and tears part. I don't think blood... I know it's the, you know, waxing poetic and figure of speech, but that looked like it took literal blood to make. Don't you think? One, two... Oh. Hear that? That's Jabu Jabu belly texture, right? There's more to this nightmare than meets the eye. Come, we're about to find out. Some parts of this actually won't have the texture. Well, and some parts will have the texture. I'll try to, like, test for an area where I think it won't have the texture. Nope. Gonna just let you wonder about a little bit longer, Serpo. Goodbye. What about you, Sirkis? I know you're up here. There's one more flapping around. He's right up there. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sirkis. Goodbye. We got ourselves a torch puzzle, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to solve the torch puzzle. It's not very hard. They didn't fix that one in the patch, but that's okay. We knew where it was. It was right over here. This place has a lot of consumable chests. I'll just come out and say it. Other than like the major dungeon item, the map, the compass, I think there might be a couple of smaller money chests dispersed throughout, but for the most part, you're gonna get stuff like Deku Nuts or slingshot seeds or like bombs or stuff. You're gonna get a lot of like consumable refill items. Get you into the corner. Prayerfully pointed away from that Falcos, or Armos. Excuse me, good lord. Good. I told you, I'm an efficient fighter. I know what I'm doing. If only I were that efficient and master of time, though. God, that game makes me forget my skill. I'm sorry, that ROM mod makes me forget my skill a whole bunch of the time. Because it's not Nimpies or Gold Quest levels of difficult. But it's not Kaizo-ish. It's not Mizui-ish, to use what would be the more apt term if we were to go back and redo Kaizo over again. It would be Mizui. But I don't know. Some things are just needlessly difficult in Master of Time. Like, absolutely needlessly difficult. Difficulty for difficulty's sake, in other words. Alright. We're gonna hit this. We don't actually... I don't think there's a chest here. And I don't want to be killing floor masters if I can help it. Because we don't want to fill up on our wallet too soon. Oh, by the way, I did things in a completely unintentionally wrong order. You're meant to find the map and compass first. But the beauty of this is that if you wanted to do things a different way, here in the Nightmare, you actually can do that. You can do things in a different way. You can totally stumble into this first and feel like you don't need the map and compass if that's what you want to do. That is not a good technique, Coin. Nice. I ended up dead. That was stupid. I should not have died there. I am not bad at Zelda. It's hard to be terrible at it. But, I mean, that was just outright bad gameplay. Well, hey, we got a bottle for blue fire. I don't suspect I'll be dying to the boss anytime soon. Which, if the game's logic has held so far, which it has, then we expect the boss to be Baronade, because this is a level mod. This is not a... Like, you can change the order in which things occur, but if ultimately you're just keeping all the vanilla actors, it's reasonable to assume that the third boss might in fact be Baronade. It's not a faulty assumption. It might be a little precocious without seeing the whole dungeon first, but I've seen a number of playthroughs where people are just outright told that information. I don't think it's I'm gonna need you to stop. Goodbye. I just felt like doing something different, I guess. So that's that room. Or that set of hallways. I think it's this hallway we want to head to. I'll know if I see a certain door. Oh god. Why is that here? I'm minding the floor masters. There are a number of different ways you can, like, fight these. You can use your slingshot, you can use your sword. If you have magic, you can use an upgraded spin attack to do it. There are lots of different ways to engage this room, but most people are at least somewhat jump scared by the first floor master. I nearly was just now, and that's after 2.5 routine attempts of this. I believe I've gone the correct way, and by correct I mean wrong. This should be consumable, probably bombs. Bomb shoes. I was half right. This door, we can't open. Like, I think we can open it much, much later, but there's a reason that locked door is like that. And you'll soon see why in the nightmare. Nice bombs. Think this might be more consumables? More bombs. We didn't need them, but I'm glad we at least got the chest out of the way. Did I go back and get the, No, we actually might not have even entered that room yet. Also, it's interesting that bombs, like bomb flowers, are here, even though you don't already have bombs. Also, another interesting point of order. If I, like, tilt my camera back, you guys might have noticed something strange when I was fighting the floor master earlier. Particular over here. A different sound, right? Some people might say, oh, well, some parts of this just aren't the same texture, right? No. No, there's just there's a grate there, and that's what's keeping it from, you know, slicing into the familiar flesh sound. You're finding another sound first. I believe it's this room. Yes, I'm correct. It is this room. For reference, you can either get back up by backflipping onto the Armo statue, or you can climb this. Either method works. Now, with Skulltulas, once I get the boomerang, I'm pretty comfortable doing this. To use this kind of aiming mode, what you need to do is hold your, I want to say this is Z on the N64 controller. I believe you press Z, and then while you're holding Z down, you use the item, you hold down the boomerang wherever you've got it slotted, C down, C right, C left, and then, the stick, the C stick when it's in this, I'm sorry, not the C stick. The left control stick has inverted Y. Up is down, down is up when you're aiming. So once you've found the correct place you want to throw your boomerang, you just let go of the C stick. That took me a long time to get even halfway confident on. And as for like, knowing where to like throw the boomerang, like when to let go, that's something you gotta go by feel on. You can like use the back of Link's head, or like where Link's head and neck kind of meet as a general guideline, but you still mostly just gotta do these things by feel. Like you just have to try multiple times and you get a good sense for the distance. A speedrunner could probably tell you the exact cue to look for when you're wanting to throw your boomerang like that, or aiming arrows like that, or your hook shot even. They can tell you where about the cursor's going to correspond to when you use that first-person aim like that. So we have the map. We have just the map. Okay. So the compass is going to be somewhere more interesting. You guys ready to see more interesting? Or just about ready to be in the more interesting room? Hello, Wolfos. Goodbye. Now of note, you do actually have to kill the floor master here. So we'll have to come back and we'll have to, like, kill him for real this time. Never mind, I was wrong. I forgot. Oops, it happens. No floor master. Now, I'd like you to notice something. Like, just notice it. When we're in this section of the floor, we're fine. When we're here, the camera tilts down. That's weird. There's a floor there, right? Why are we tilting downward to look at the floor? And you notice the little things are starting to add up? What did you overhear? They say that this place mirrors your worst fears. Well, it mirrors Link's fears anyway. This place would have a ton of, you know, actually scary looking spiders. Skulltulas are not it. But I do kind of have a fear of spiders. I more so have a fear of, like, cockroaches. Or, like, my reactions to having a spider crawl on me or a cockroach somewhere nearby are quite strong. And I have to focus really hard on not having to process that. Oh, hey, look. You coming this way, little jelly? Yeah, don't even think about it. I know you can go through that wall. Yeah, the nightmare gets worse. The nightmare gets way worse. And it's going to continue to get worse. Just look at all these passageways. And I think if we hit this Beery just right... No. That's okay. You know, we can take out the Beery the old-fashioned way. I believe the little ones are called Beeries, and the big ones are called berries. I think that's how the naming convention works. Now, what does this one have to say? They say that you could turn back at any time. Can we? I did want to demo this, but I want to do... I want to demo what that stone of truth is supposed to be talking about, but I'm going to do that toward the end of the dungeon. Yeah, there are like-likes here. Losing your form of defense to a like-like, and your tunic? My god, the tunic. Yeah, that would be a pretty good fear to have, wouldn't it? Imagine if it took Link's regular tunic and he were stripped buck naked. Or, you know, down to his, like, shorts. Similar to, like, what is it, Ghosts and Goblins? Something like that? Imagine. Okay, that one, that annoying sound is coming from somewhere. It's the second one right here. Yep, I knew I went too far up. One. And two. It's about as fast as using your slingshot, if I'm being perfectly honest. And that is definitely faster than pulling out your boomerang and aiming at it manually. Now, what room do I want to leave you guys in? Most certainly not this room, because I know I need to take a break first. Okay, nope, we cannot be doing this with Akarox popping shots at us every time we make a move. No thanks. The way in, pretty hard. The way out is going to be easy. What we want to do, we want to pick up one of these crates and go depress that blue switch, and then leave this crate on that blue switch. For anyone who's not familiar with blue switches in Legend of Zelda, they are weight dependent switches, which means if they're not depressed down, then they turn back to a default off state. So you want to, if you're gonna like actually complete a puzzle with one, you better have a crate or something nearby, a statue, Princess Rudo, you know, something that can depress the switch. Ah yes, parasitic tentacles. It is a, they have made their way back. Now, something I didn't comment on. Let me see if I can pick out a boss so I can, like, recognize. That one's kind of hard to pick out, but if you'll notice, this one's got, like, the two eyeballs. Yeah, that's Bongo Bongo. That's Bongo Bongo right there, and that's Morpha over there. In the castle version of this room, and not the flesh version, we had the three sages. We had Rudo, we had Impa, and we had Neighboru. Some pronunciation like that anyway. Now, I have a tough time telling whether this is Kume and Kotake, or if this is Twin Rova. I can't really tell which one that is. I can tell there's like supposed to be some kind of neck. That bottom piece of the, you know, flesh version of, like, flesh simulacrum of stained glass. I can't tell if that is a neck or if that's not supposed to mean anything. But if this one's supposed to be, you know, the boss from the Spirit Temple, then people have a tough time picking that out of the glass. This looks like her backside, maybe? Like, this looks like Twin Rova's backside. Because I don't see a face. Which means there's no, it's just kind of tough to make out what this is supposed to be. You know, by virtue of saying, oh, we were here before, that's where we saw the image of Impa in the stained glass. I know this is Bongo Bongo, and I can recognize that as being Morpha. So this one has to be Twin Rova. Just what form? That's the one I have a tough time picking out. But hey, I've ambled at you for way too long. We have not taken our break yet, and I gotta answer nature's call. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a small break. I'm gonna leave you guys with the view. Does the camera tilt up? No, it does not. So I'm gonna leave you guys with the view of specifically Bongo Bongo. If the camera would like to cooperate with me. And you guys know the spiel. 11 minutes, or 5 minutes on the clock. 90 seconds of ad time. See you after this final commercial break. Sorry about that. I am back. Let's just say nature took her sweet time calling me. And by nature, I mean natural bodily functions. That's usually my code word for, hey, I gotta go to the bathroom or something. I'll say, oh, I gotta answer nature's call. Because it's, you know, no one wants to hear those words. Like, yeah, it's not a big deal. I know I'm kind of a prude when it comes to words like that. I don't like saying, I don't like referring to the act of urination as peeing. It's pedestrian. There are far nicer words to say when it comes to talking about that stuff. Pedestrian makes it sound just as bad. I guess what I mean is it just sounds gross. Not pedestrian, but gross. I don't like talking like that. So I'll cover up what the word is. Because maybe parents would like to like the opportunity to break it to their children that that's what you're supposed to do. And you know, you're not supposed to. Oh, hello. Yeah, we were just in this room, but we were killing a tentacle in that room. Now, with any luck, we'll have just enough time to do all the backtracking we're supposed to do as child, and we can go straight into adulthood. Because with childhood comes initiative, with adulthood comes responsibility. I'm gonna have to remember that for the next stream 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks-ish from stream. Oh yeah, speaking of which, tomorrow is the, tomorrow I start and tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact, at 7 o'clock, I am going to be, I'm going to be in-house sitting at my client's house. And that means I'm not going to be streaming for 2 weeks. Oh no! Not really. I'm too small to be cared about. But nonetheless, I'm going to be out for 2 weeks. I literally sit at their house morning, noon, and night, watching their pets and making sure no one trespasses on their property, and the mail arrives exactly when it's supposed to, with the contents exactly as they're supposed to be. Oh, worry about that later, Coin. But I'll have plenty of time to devise what sort of content will be a more permanent fixture on Tuesdays. It could be short stuff like this. It could also be, hey, Coin would like to work on his tabletop content, so you guys are going to get 4 hours of chatting with me. I don't know, something along those lines. But I don't know what kind of, I don't know what that's going to entail exactly. Now, this is Princess Rudo. Or at least we think she is. Look. She's a nightmare too. Can't even talk to her. She's a real nightmare. Yeah, there's nothing we can do except go through these rooms and take care of business. There's another skull in here. But more importantly, we're going to be hearing the moans of the dead. And there are about to be 5 re-deads in this room. Alright, the rest of them are not going to bother us now. They're going to be too busy either eating or mourning over the corpses of their dead friends. And if you think you still heard the sounds of a re-dead, you did. The last one's over here. As for... Oh, hello. This door, if you'll recall, there was a locked door we couldn't open. This is the other side of that door. Because if we take a look, if you notice there was a room with a treasure chest we couldn't get, this is the reason. This setup utilizes a very cleverly locked door to achieve its goals, where you can't access the back end of the other side until you unlock that door in the castle. But you can't do that. It's impossible for you to do that. So you might as well just... Oh, right. What am I forgetting here? I'm forgetting something. I can't tell. So, red tentacle is blocking blue tentacle. Like, that's kind of the barrier system we have here. However, there are no doors to speak of. I'll bring you over to dealing with the red tentacle. At least not yet. Let's see if I just overlooked something. Yeah, I did. I overlooked a switch. Now, was it this door or the other door? Nope, yep, okay, it was the other door. I was just making sure my memory was up to snuff. Back through here, then. Nope, other door. See, I can be an expert, and I could still get lost. Now, I'll teach you... I guess before I teach you anything... no you don't. Whatever. I guess I'm teaching you how much of an idiot I am at the game. No, I see you're smaller... wrong. Very wrong. My gameplay is most certainly not the best, is it? Told you, crafty individual. I'm a crafty individual. Now we're gonna take care of this tentacle, and then we only have one place to go, and that's back toward the flesh analogs version of the entrance to this dungeon. That's the very last thing we gotta do, and then we can actually complete the dungeon. And by complete, I totally mean we don't kill a boss whose name happens to be Baronade. That's totally not what's happening. We're gonna find a new boss after spending hours telling you that this is mostly a level hack. I'm totally not gonna sit there and say there's a custom boss. I mean, who would want spoilers, right? It's Baronade. It's Baronade. The boss is Baronade. And I'm hamming up the bit about, not knowing this is Baronade after just telling you it was a level hack and you should totally expect the stuff to be vanilla. That TSP, with all the ways to reconfigure the assets, has bosses in a vanilla order. Mostly. I should say mostly vanilla. There's like one change up. And that's mostly because of item progression and not, the bosses themselves. Like, the bosses are, well, they're in their usual spots. They're exactly what you expect. We do not need bombs. And I only need the slingshot for the switch. No giant Octorok. I'll go ahead and spare you guys that little, that question. Alright. Let's go have some fun. And I was going to teach you something about the berries, but we're going to have to do this right here in the encounter. Best way to learn. This is what most folks are going to tell you. I don't know if I stand by that, but it's a good mantra. Nice boss fight. Nice boss fight music, I should say. Oh, right, I have to actually stun Baronade first. Now, the same way we kill Shabombs is the way we kill these berry. Isn't that a rather neat concept? That Deku Nuts, this once thought to be severely underrated item, is perfect for taking out Baronade's little minions. Gotta find our way in that little setup they have there. Really? Oh, there's just a natural trigger for that. Nice. So you just have to wait a really long time for Barry to stop doing what it's doing, for Baronade to stop doing what it's doing. Okay, and then to speed this fight up, you just get hit. Not hard. Three hits from Deku Sticks, and Baronade is bye-bye. Goodbye, Sir Baronade. This has been a rather lovely dance. I hope to waltz with you again. Heart container number 3 with 8 hearts, which is great. Some people, some of the like long plays I've watched, you know, I've seen somewhere between like 6 and 8 hearts. The more meticulous playthroughs have 8, and the less meticulous ones are more blind. More of a first-time playthrough tends to have around 6 at this point. You're late. What took you so long? You're useless. Thanks for playing around with me. I was just lonely, that's all. Just a little. I want you to hold on to that line, folks. Things are about to take a dark turn. I keep looking at the chat when I should be looking at the camera when I say these things. You looked cool. Cooler than I thought you would anyway. Just a little. Well, that was fun, so I guess I'll reward you. What do you wish? Just tell me. Well, I guess we're going to be honest with her. I'll level with you, Rudo. I want the stone. You mean the spiritual stone of water, Zora's sapphire? Don't you? My mother gave it to me and said I should give it only to the man who will be my husband. I didn't have a chance, but I'm sure you will find someone to give this to. Please take my most precious possession, Zora's sapphire. She didn't have the chance. You could slash through her in the nightmare. You couldn't talk to her. And you know, she says, thanks for playing with me. What does that make you think of? There are a few tropes like this where you find the little girl in the house of haunted horrors who says to play with her, and you do, and it turns out she's a banshee or some other horrific monstrosity, and the next thing you know, you're dead. I get the feeling that that painter who was in that house killed Rudo, That's what happened. She went to get her stone from the man who got lent the stone by her father, King Zora, and when he wouldn't give it back, and she tried to forcefully take it back, he killed her and used her blood to create that dungeon, the Nightmare. I mean, why else do you see buckets of blood? I doubt he was just... I mean, you'll never know the motives of the insane or crazy, so you kind of have to rely on evidence and context clues and circumstantial arrangements of events and stuff. But I think that's a pretty good interpretation. That man probably used her blood to make that painting and create the figments of the worst nightmare. You obtain Zora's Sapphire. This is the spiritual stone of water passed down by the Zoras. Her most precious possession? You finally collected all 3 spiritual stones. Go back to the Temple of Time. We will, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. We've got some collecting to do. I'll point out that there's no real way to go back. Well, that's... no, that is kind of true, isn't it? Because that's kind of a slide. That's a slide mechanism there. You can't. You have to warp out. So any kind of backtracking you wanted to do needed to be done before you entered the manor, basically. Which was why I was hemming and hawing over it so much. Trying to figure out when I should go back and how often, how many times we would have to go through those climb sequences again and again to get back up here to Snow Peak just to do the 3rd dungeon. That's I would say this is probably the most inconsistent episode of an LP I think I've ever done. Mostly because it's just determining the exact order we want to do things in. Well, I don't know about going back to... There's one place we can go. And of course I did say I would try I would try something below the fountain, after I've played the Song of Storms. So let's do that first. And then we'll go over to the pathways where we saw that grotto that we could enter. And, where we entered the grotto and turned around because we needed a boomerang for it. There was a reason I did that. We're gonna talk to... Actually, before we continue with that, let's go turn in our next Skulltula reward and then go to the fountain. Because it's 30. You know what that means? We get a wallet at this point. And we already have one that lets us carry 500 rupees, so what do you think is gonna happen? 750? 800? 999? I'm thinking 999. 99.99. You got a giant's wallet. What a huge wallet. Now you can carry up to 999 rupees. Yes. Our wallet is as big as the bit size in the N64 console. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what the bit limit will allow for a stored integer value, but what I do know is now we don't have to worry about it until we literally hit close to cap, and then, you know, we could just find something stupid to spend it on. Want to buy 20 bomb chews for like some ridiculous value? You could totally do that. Want to buy 20 bombs? Go for it. So now we're here. We're gonna give this a more earnest look. Uh-oh. I don't like this. If you want to swim faster, you can press, you can mash B to do it. I think that's gonna be a reset, Chief. I think that's gonna be a reset.
Hey! Listen!
Coin, did you find all 3 spiritual stones yet? Let's go check inside the Temple of Time. Navi, we did. You don't need to say it. It's just the truth. So, yeah, you remember how I said this cave, you're kind of meant to be an adult when you come in here? I meant that. However, I still think we can do this cave. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna reset the system. Now, since we're in a grotto, I think we're gonna have to go back to jail. But we have a quick way to get back to where we were supposed to be. Then after that, we got the grotto, and then I will become an adult. If we've got the time, I'll go unlock the lullaby, magic, and the scarecrow song, and then I think I'll call it. That's if we've got the time. What do you guys think of the mod? Like it? Don't like it? Hate it? Love it? For those of you who are watching along with, I'd love to hear more feedback, but for those of you watching the VOD, you know, I'd love to hear comments. If you want to watch those VODs, actually I'm going to make sure I've got all the VODs uploaded to YouTube today. Definitely check out Swirling Vortex 09 VODs on YouTube. You can also check out my main YouTube channel, Swirling Vortex 09. We're doing an Elix 1 playthrough. While we're waiting on Grim Dawn to get the inevitable 1.2.0.0 update. Because once that happens, we'll go back to Grim Dawn and we'll kind of like try to wrap it up. Good lord. Right, I have to remember, that's an actual required playing of the notes. Alright, let's try again with 100% less fail. Hopefully. Thank you, thank you. You can do this, you just can't fall into the water, and if you do, you have to reset again anyway. Yes, Navi, I know, stop! Just let me grab the item I'm gonna grab in here. You know? Just let a man cook. Not good. Oh, we gotta be extra careful. Like, I know you're here. Don't even think about it. Thank you, but no. Ah, fine. Yes, I know, Navi. Good lord. We can use a slingshot, but I don't know if we can make that jump, actually. And even if we do, we'd have to spend multiple attempts solving the puzzle, because we're gonna have to go back to jail each time we dive into the water. Absolutely obnoxious. Okay, we appear to be able to make that one. This one's gonna be the real trick. Maybe like that. No. But if you wanted a purple rupee, this would be how you get it. I was wondering what you were doing with that swimming animation game. We might as well press that switch. I think we'll have to press it again, even if we save, but we're gonna find out. Oh. No, we're given a little ledge. Okay, so that's not a makeable jump anyway. It just kind of sucks that we have to save and reset again. And come back here. And warp. And then save and reset a third time. Let me put it this way. It's not that I don't think you can do this. And I don't think I could speed it up anyway. Nope, that's, I do not have my function keys turned on, unfortunately. What if I do this? Nope, not even close. Just not possible. Something changed. I used to be able to use speed up settings, and now I can't really do that. For some strange reason, might be even disabled. Alright. Back to town. And then we do this song and dance one more time. Don't do what I'm doing, folks. You can. You can. I won't stop you. But just become an adult. Get this after you become an adult, and you'll be able to actually do all the related. No, I take that back. I mean, I don't take back the becoming an adult part. What I am going to take back is there's something you got to do before you can go down there. You need a ranged implement. I wouldn't go down there without a bow, or you're not going to be able to do anything. You'll have no way to hit the thing apart from using a bow anyway. I guess you can always try the bomb chew, not like bomb chew type shenanigans, but I think that's a waste of your time. You'd be better off getting the bow, which is very easy to do in this game. Well, in this mod anyway. I don't know, in vanilla, getting the bow is quite difficult. Is our platform active? It is. Cool. Platform active. Fun stuff. And the mod authors were kind enough to give us a platform in case we were going to do this as child. They were not so kind as to make the floor. Navi, I need you to stop doing this. Yes, I know. You want me to become an adult so badly. She is like spazzing on this hint way more than any of the other hints that she's given. Incredible. And then, can we even make that? Maybe if we use a jumping slash as a kid? Okay. Actually, now that I think about it... Oh, right, we actually do need to do this. No, I was correct. I had to think for a second. My gut wants me to go through the cutscenes and become an adult, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. I told you we'd have some backtracking to do, and I meant it. I meant it. So we're gonna go back to pathways. Remember that grotto we went through? I think I've already mentioned this. I'm saying it again because it's been some time. Our plan is to go through that little grotto, collect that item, and then we're good. We're good to go. Don't worry, we'll have a chance to become a child again later. In fact, we can do it immediately, but there's no reason to do it for like the first few dungeons, or for like the first couple of first couple of dungeons as adult. There's no reason to do it. There will be a very specific scripted point. What you want to do, if you would like to avoid having to immediately become child again, is make sure you've planted the bean in the Lost Woods. Make sure you do that. If you don't plant that bean, then you'll have to come back as a child. You'll have to become a child again, really quick. Go back. What was it? I'm blanking out on what I want to say. Go back. Buy the bean. Plant the bean, and then go back again as an adult to finally get on that platform. To get on the bean platform that'll be made afterwards. Anything up here? Just want to make sure I'm not stumbling into a trap. Good. Sometimes, if I'm not sure, I will use a slingshot or something to get my bearings too high before I throw. But only just to get my bearings. I prefer taking that stuff out with my boomerang if I can at all help it. I don't think so. And if you went on a spending spree before becoming an adult, I would encourage you to keep at least 40 rupees on your person for this next trick. For this next check. This next place we have to go. Oh, and as much as I would love to see a randomizer of this, it's not, it doesn't flow very well. Yeah, this is vanilla. We can get more Deku Nuts. Let's make that deal. Thank you. You're running low anyway, so this fixes that. What was I gonna say? We've already picked up the other stuff in here. We're actually good to go, I think. Classic. Void out. Well, this was the last thing we needed to do. So now we're gonna go and become an adult. We're gonna get that cutscene. We're gonna go get a bunch of cutscenes. Then we're going to get magic and the lullaby. All that stuff is gated behind becoming an adult. I'll just say that now. And then I think we're good. We'll call it an episode. I'll wrap up the stream. I'll try to give you guys a couple places you can go. For the purposes of relaxing after being here with a far better entertainer than me. And then we'll end stream. That'll be the very last thing we do. Coin, can you hear me? It's me, Zelda. Coin, when you get here... I'm speaking too quickly. I won't be around anymore. I wanted to wait for you, but I couldn't delay any longer. At least I could leave you this melody. Oh, I forgot about the Song of Time. Yes, we also get this. You've learned the Song of Time. And now we actually play the thing for real. And get that neat cutscene with the 3 spiritual stones. and other stuff. Playing this melody in front of the altar at the Temple of Time. You must protect the Triforce. Zelda, I don't think this is going to have the effect you think it will. I know you're wise, but I think Kume and Kotake are going to take advantage of you. Much like Ganondorf did in the original. Well, now, we could get the Master Sword right away. Coin, isn't that? It's that legendary blade. The Master Sword. I love how in the original, you're not really told about the blade that seals Evil's Bane. You're just kind of told, hey, go protect the Triforce. Not realizing the intricate lock that was placed on it. Now, you remember that cutscene where, like, Sheik taught us the Overture of Light? This is that place, the Sacred Realm. We can actually go here. It's a real place. We're not gonna be in here long. All I want to do is come over here as Child, and we're gonna take an immediate dip to the right. We're not gonna spend a whole bunch of time in here. Technically, the correct thing to do is to become an adult, and then, you know, discover all this as an adult, but I find that to be a bunch of unnecessary back and forth with the Master Sword. There's no reason we can't do this now, and if you know what to do, then doing it now isn't a big deal. Yeah, I know, it kind of breaks the flow of the moment, but again, I just think it's more efficient to do things this way. Hello, Sir Bunoru, I think? Whoa, you have an ocarina. Hey, why don't you lay a tune on me with it, baby? Oh well, I don't remember that song. Why? Well, that's what I can't tell you. Good luck. Come on, get up there. Nope. No, that's not it. There's definitely a down arrow in this. Is that correct? Hold on. I know the song I want to use for this. But I'm having a tough time recalling the exact pair of 3 notes I want to use. Oh, come on, Google, don't do this to me. Okay, I had the wrong starting note. That's what it is. I just needed 2 extra notes to that. Yeah, I tried to model it after the Song of Storing. Song of Storing, yes. The Song of Putting Things in Containers. No, Song of Soaring, that's what I meant. Not bad, I'll remember it for you. I don't mean I can only remember 8 notes, but let's just cut it right there for now, baby. And we'll play that song again as an adult, and we'll get the Scarecrow song. Now I'm going a little bit over time, but I don't mind doing this. It really is just the last few things we need to do. We're gonna become an adult now. We've waited long enough for this. We got a whole bunch of exposition that we gotta sit through, because that's what being an adult does. And then after that, we'll go grab Lullaby, which I know is here. Has to be. We have to get it at this point anyway. Grab Magic. Grab Scarecrow. Let's do this. Link, pull the sword. What did I tell you, Zelda? This wasn't gonna have the effect you thought it did. Soon, Kotake, we will find the key to release Ganon from his prison here. If only we could find someone foolish enough to lift that wretched sword from the pedestal. Soon, this place will be ours. I bet it will. Coin. Wake up. Coin the chosen one. Man, I'm not chosen for this, but thank you anyway for the flattery. Yes, this was vanilla, I'm afraid. So we got this whole deal with Roru to sit through. But that's fine. It's telling a story. It's supposed to. There'll be some different dialogue in this. It won't be utterly, completely vanilla. I am Roru, one of the ancient sages. This is the sacred realm inside the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was created to seal Ganon away for eternity. The Master Sword, the evil-destroying sword that you pulled out of the pedestal of time, was the final key to the sacred realm. Coin, don't be alarmed. Look at yourself. I will. Oh, well, hot darn. I got nice tights. That's not what Link would say. Link would just be completely awestruck in silence. Look, Coin, you're big now. You've grown up. I wish I could grow up like that. The Master Sword is a sacred blade which evil ones may never touch. Oh, but they could seal them away, I tell you what. Only one worthy of the title of Hero of Legend can pull it from the pedestal of time. However, you were too young to be the hero of this time. Therefore, your spirit was sealed here for 7 years. And now that you are old enough, the time has come for you to awaken as the hero. Well, do you understand your destiny? I do. But remember that you opened the door of time in the name of peace. Kume and Kotake used it to break the seal that bound Ganon to the sacred realm. He obtained the Triforce from the Temple of Light, and with its power, he became the King of Evil. But the sages were able to seal his power within the sacred realm. My power now has only little influence, but there is still hope. When the power of all the sages is awakened, the sages' seals will contain all the evil power in the void of the realm once again. Keep my spirit with you. Find the power of the other sages and add their might to your own. Yeah, the sages are spirits, pretty much. I mean, some of them are alive, but a couple more of them just aren't. You don't see it, hide or hair of them. I don't know what to make of it. I had this talk in the you know, the Sealed Palace Discord chat channel of Hylian modding. That's where you should go to get all the best and greatest and like Zelda 64 modding titles and Majora's Mask, I think, question mark. Anyway, I've had this discussion and I've been given the impression that it's about half and half, and there's no real way to like distinguish who is alive and who is dead. You hardly see them except for in the alive state, or, you know, behind the guises of statues and statues and stonework. But I've been told it's about a 50-50 experience, 50-50 shot of which ones are alive and dead, and I'm still not convinced. You receive the Light Medallion. Raru the Sage adds his power to yours. Well, MacGuffin number 1, you are in our pocket now. Find the other sages and save Hyrule. We're not quite done here yet. Coin, we're back in the Temple of Time. But have 7 years really passed? It looks like you won't be able to use some of the weapons you found as a kid anymore. Let's get out of here. At least there aren't crawl spaces. Oh no, that's not true. There was like 2 crawl spaces, but that was as a child. And one was in the castle, the other was, you know, to get to Kokiri Village, which was burned down. So really, outside of that, you don't have much need for crawl spaces. I'm Impa of the Sheikahs. I was responsible for protecting the royal family. Everything is exactly as the princess foretold. My role was to teach the melody of the hero to the hero of each era. This is an ancient melody passed down by the royal family. I have taught this song to only one before you. There is mysterious power in these notes. Now listen carefully. See, Impa is speaking in the guise of a statue. Yet they're somehow supposed to be alive? It's really strange. I told you, this is where we would get Zelda's Lullaby. I think it's like a... All the warp songs are unique. I would say most of the frog songs, with like a single exception... No, 2 exceptions. Are the same. The frog songs are just a fancy randomizer word for the songs you learn as a kid. Those songs are mostly identical. We've already met one of them that has changed. We're going to meet another one in the next time we stream this. Coin, go now. I must conserve what power still remains here. You do that, Impa. You do that. Maybe I could get a more straightforward answer out of Kernel of Corn. I would say that's probably the man who's most active, or rather, the individual. I don't know. Sounded male when I heard him speak today, but I could be wrong. Maybe I can get a more straightforward answer out of them. You know, when this is all over, I think for the playthrough, I kind of want to be left to ponder the answer to that question. Hello, triangle breasts. How are you doing? I'm sorry, but this is not an outfit. Like, maybe at higher resolutions with a more appropriate texture, yes, but this is too scantily clad to be anything except you know, adult things in a child's video game that aren't supposed to be here. I have issues with Triangle Breasts over there. Not because I have issues with her herself. I take issue with Nintendo, who thought this was a good idea. Welcome, Coin. I'm the Great Fairy of Power. I'm going to grant you a sword technique. Receive it now. Not... underboob is not what I wanted to see today. I like that when I saw these fairies in like a Gold Quest playthrough, they had like red. They had red instead of the usual, you know, like yellowish leaf color, but which was a nice touch up. But there still needs to be, there just needs to be more done with these fairies, these great fairies. You've mastered the secret sword technique of the spin attack. Hold B to charge your weapon. Yeah, we've seen this before. And we know all about the quick spin. Don't do that in Indigo, by the way. You'll burn through your magic power very quickly. When you charge power for a spin attack, magic power will be consumed. Pay attention to your green magic meter. Hey boy, you're a messenger of the royal family, aren't you? When you feel your journey has come to an end, check near the castle and find my friend. She'll surely grant you another new power. No, she won't. When battle has made you wary, yeah. Please come back and see me. Take care of yourself, Miss Triangles. I think that might be a slightly better name for her. Miss Triangles. And all of the great fairies are now called Miss Triangles. I refuse to refer to them as anything else. I know they're the great fairy of power, of magic, and of courage, but I'm just... They're never anything else. That design is too scantily clad to go unnoticed. Gotta do something. And why did the... Let's at least not put the ocarina on the bar. Oh, by the way, you lose the ability to wear the Mask of Truth, so if you want to see all the Stones of Truth, you're gonna have to come back and visit them as a kid. That's the only way you're getting hints. At least the ones that Navi are... at least the hints that aren't bound to Navi. These jumps are still somewhat questionable as an adult. I said that this would be the last thing we're doing, and I meant it. Come on, adult boy. Whoa, you have an ocarina. Hey, modulated tune on me with it. No, that's not it. Yup. Just like that. Oh, not bad. I will remember it for you anyway. I don't mean I can remember only 8 notes. Hey, baby. I'm Bonuru the Scarecrow. You probably heard about my fantastic memory. If you have a new tune to play, blow it. This is the song you tooted last time, baby. Hit it. Cool. I think I'm gonna leave you looking at Bonuru's lovely mug as we end today's stream. I'm not quite used to the setup yet, and I'll have plenty of time to think about how to better it, in the next 2 weeks. But that is my intention, is to better it in the next 2 weeks. Thank you guys so much for listening and for watching and hanging out and lurking in the background. I really appreciate it. I mean that. Before we go, I'm gonna give you guys the usual deal. We're going to, refresh Twitch so I know who I'm recommending to you this time. If you want to watch a more relaxing stream, like way more relaxing, like it's golf, check out Z Kolbster. He's a pretty relaxed fellow, as far as I know. I think that's the name. Yeah, they're playing PGA Tour 2023. Go check that out. If, however, you are more interested in, I normally recommend, like, Souls content. Let me try recommending a little something different. If you guys like, just a variety of, like, retro titles, and usually on a speed run, or some sort of challenge run otherwise, I recommend checking out I Ate Your Pie. That should be it right here. He is playing a Pokemon Heart Gold Kaizo Iron Mod. So Kaizo probably means there's a mod involved, or like a ROM hack involved, ROM mod, something like that. Yeah, definitely go check him out. I would say I Ate Your Pie. I Ate Your Pie streams are like typical large streamers. They're gonna have a lot of chatters. There are gonna be a lot of Pepes and other memes flying everywhere. And if you keep your nose clean, stay out of trouble, and meme it up with the rest of them, you'll be just fine. You've got the coin stamp seal of approval. I Ate Your Pie was how I became an affiliate for Twitch. So I'm definitely trying to take care to, you know, stay true to my roots, I guess. And, you know, give homage to the people who've built me up. I Ate Your Pie was kind of like, I got a raid during a Dark Souls challenge run, and that kind of ended up being what springboarded me into being an affiliate for Amazon. As unfulfilling as that seems to be at the moment. I've ambled at you too much. Go check out the linkies, all the links in the About Me section. If you would like to support me in any way beyond just following on Twitch, you get emotes for your trouble if you do follow. If you want to talk at me directly, Twitter's a good place to do that. You can access my Twitter feed directly on the About Me page. Like I said, linkies in the About Me page. Check them out. Or don't. Your choice. Who am I to force you? I've spent far too much time ambling at you. So I'm gonna cut you loose. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. This has been another episode of, Legend of Zelda, The Sealed Palace. Stay safe out there. It's dangerous. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you later, and bye-bye.